Greetings, darlings. My name is Scarlet Song, and I am Quest Junkie's first official Lightkeeper. Before we begin our very special session of Candela Obscura today, I have a few announcements and also some warnings. It is a horror game after all. So, firstly, I'd like to thank our friends over at Demiplane for gifting us copies of Candela Obscura to use on their system for our group. It made character creation so easy and was a huge benefit to us. Our orchestral backings today are played via the Alchemy RPG VTT and comprised of the works of Will Savino, Tabletop Audio, and Monument Studios. We would also like to send our love to Spencer Stark and Rowan Hall and the folk over at Darrington Press for this system. I've had maybe a little bit too much fun with it, but so have the players, so... And now that the thank yous are done, it's time for some warnings. Candela is a system that deals in horror and magic, and because of that, viewer discretion is advised. Though I can warn you that this tale is stitched together with threads of self-harm, body horror, and supernatural horrors, amongst many other things. So, now that you've been warned, it's time to snuff out that candle and begin today's session with a prophecy.
Wicker, flicker, flare.
Beware the beast that's standing there.
Light and shade soften sins, and so the earth's hue shifts and sings. Sight unseams and unpicks dreams, and we await the light. Moment pass, and so must this fast. So return it and redeem to night. We open today's Candela Obscura in an echoing chamber of multi-hued glass. Large panels stretch up in various geometric shapes. They cast glistening rainbows, refracting multiple shades of light. In the center of this sits a single bed and 200 different types of canvas, different implements, different paints, changing hue depending on which color catches them. We move through the scene, following as one of the large ironwork frames cut between a shade of red and blue. And seemingly we see shifting. An arm, perhaps. No, too large to be an arm. A shadow. No, not a shadow. It's not quite right. An individual is dressed in a suit. The first suit that they've ever owned. They've never been able to afford one till now. And they place a large black monocle over their right eye. And that same shadow that we saw briefly as, no, not a shadow, shifts into a color and dissipates. There is but a simple paintbrush on an easel amongst these, all of these paintings. It's been far too long. We cut hours later to a beautiful gallery. Up high, where money speaks wonders, but softly and in the right tone. No one here has worked a day in their life. None but William Wicker, the man who currently stands tall and proudly. Their first recognized exhibition. Finally, after all these years of trying. They've been waiting for this for so long. There's a tap on their shoulder. Yes, Mr. Wicker? Hello, thank you. As we look over to the masterpiece of this collection. A large portrait of a woman, probably. The way that the colors hit and shadows, light, they're shadows, right? Do not fit the scene. This is an impression of a woman. This is an impression of a woman, right? But those with money lap up things that they don't understand, especially when it makes them feel ever so much better about themselves. Unique. And I understand this. Yes, excellent use of contrast. And as William nods their thanks, we see another one move forward. This one is recognizable to William, and there is a deep bow as they see a happy and lovely old woman with long ruby red gloves and this gorgeous dress that's just, I want to say glimmering with different types of brocade. Something that would have taken months to make, but they had it done in a week. And that's how you know that they are the patron of William Wicker. Thank you so much, thank you so much, Candace. I really appreciate everything that you've done. And this woman, their slight curls, darker skin, even darker hair that wisps into lightning strikes of grey, kind of,
of course, dear. We've been meaning to get some of your work at the Rivers Society, and you just have such a mind and eye for this.
Though mind you, yes, they lightly hold their hand over this blackened monocle. It was an accident, they say.
Yes, I will say it's just, you have a real way of capturing the essences of people, don't you? Who is this one?
Not sure, actually. They just kind of came to me. Most of them do, you see. I have dreams about them, and you see this gallery full of scenes, and there's dramatic storms of color, as well as glimmering fields and twisted windmills and various people scattered about, none of their faces fully comprehensible, you see. In one painting, we see a mother and daughter with a basket full of flowers, you think. In another, a man strides with a dog at his side. And then, as they're laughing and smiling and moving about, and how good it is to finally, after all these years, be successful. So naturally, as they reach and they go to shake hands, They're bumped. A waitstaff. They weren't to know. The people. They weren't to know. William falls to the floor, clatters. Candela reaches a hand up. Oh dear, you all right? The monocle is shattered. William, this gaunt man, this artist hands, forever messy, but not quite, not in this new suit, shakily reaches a hand up and starts to grip at their own eye. Their working eye. They look up because everyone's staring and they realize they've looked up. And they look at the portrait, this beautiful woman, right? And the eye moves of its own accord. It is a different shade, whilst his is a soft periwinkle, almost blue. This is violent. Red, yellow, purple, no, green, no. What color is it? Where am I? What's going? There's a laugh. Another one. Ah, there you are. William turns, and Candela meets his gaze. William, is everything all... They look down. What's wrong with their hands? What's wrong with the paintings are shifting now. The lighting is shifting. Everyone is shifting. What color is it? Where am I? Where's the black? Was it safe in the... No. And we cut to a different scene as Candela raises their arm and reaches for their eye. Slowly, quietly, sinking one fingernail, manicured, ever so perfectly manicured, tearing down through this perfect eyebrow. They start to slip and they're shaking and crying, and it's the right eye. It's always the right eye. Why is it always? Everyone in the room starts to do the same. And William screams. And we move to a man on a road. Hello. What's your name? Yes, Patch, I'm looking at you.
Oh. All right. So, walking down this road in what looks like an attempt at dressing smart, probably work attire, you could call it. But appearing very disheveled, very tired, like he's not slept in weeks. You see the mousy brown scuffed hair that has like salt and peppered on the sides, an unkempt, uneven beard, big baggy eyes. We see Detective Archibald Petrichor, who is just finishing off the last drags of a cigarette and throws it to the side of the street as he puffs and continues walking down this road.
This is a road you've walked with hope in your heart before, Detective. Every time you walk down this road, as much as you hate to admit it, there's a little bit of hope in your heart. Your boot scrapes a muddy puddle, the remnants of rain, the smell of your name rising from the streets. Gunk here. It's not fresh here. Nah, not down these parts. It's not the soffit, but it's close. But when Candela called, what were you doing?
I think he was doing what he was doing most days at the moment. Work's been a little dry, shall we say. Not many people approaching him for work at the moment. There's been a bit of bad press, shall we say, recently. The business is on the down. So when Candela called, he was most likely at his desk, sorting through page after page after page after page after page after page of notes, handwritten notes, scruffy, out of order, handwritten notes of one of the many investigations he's made, all about the same case that he just can't seem to solve.
How could you? When you play with the band still. When every time you hear that fiddler on the corner play, you're reminded of the laughter. Every time you see someone skip down the street, oh, they're ever so like them, aren't they? How dare they? Good on them, I guess. And as you turn a corner, you see a shop. It's large sign, and the nicest way to put it is not so recently cleaned exterior. But no, it's actually quite scummy. Why would you bother when you're trying to hide, after all? No one bothers to look at the shit in the dirt, after all, except to avoid it. Unless you want something. Of course. And no one knows more about wanting something, especially answers. Like your character, Bridget, as you meet a certain detective that you're a little bit too familiar with. Oh God, it's him. Outside of the door to this dirty exterior, but you know to be quite a beautiful interior shop. What do we see, and who are you?
Today, she's in a sensible skirt suit, as always. Copper-colored hair styled into a chignon. She wears a hat low, with the brim low, which she tilts up as she acknowledges the man across from her. And while she normally presents a rather curated personality, I'll add that her eyes are rimmed red, as though she may have been crying. But she holds her typical notepad at the ready. And I think seeing the detective, she just tilts her hat up and say, chance tricks.
No. There's no story here today. You're not required. Please leave.
You got a call, I got a call, I answer the calls.
Fuck. Just
Opening the... Opening the door. Because they're here today. She's nice to you. She serves you tea. She often has biscuits. But it's those two again. They're outside again, and then complaining. So who do we see when the door opens, Sky?
You see Cordelia. She's playing with a cat. She has a fondness for Wisp because that's her last name. And she's kind of muttering to herself. She's 16, very soft-spoken. She has a darkened eye, and every once in a while it leaks ink, maybe? She always seems kind of far away and rarely ever anymore present. She used to be very present. And she finds that the shop has become her safe space. Her hair's partially up. She's giving you dark academia vibes. And she's just listening to the failed detective and the helpful journalist argue outside once again.
There's a from Wisp, this cat, right? As it, almost as you're holding it, you feel it's so much heavier than a cat this size should be. But you've never minded, and quite frankly, they like you a lot. They often curl around your legs, and when you're finding yourself with a particularly interesting book, or they're annoying the person who owns this store, they're often like plonked in your lap as they take care of them, please. And there's a Cordelia. Dear, are they outside yet? They should have been here 2 minutes ago.
Do I have to let them in? They're arguing again. Pointless.
Oh yes, no, they argue all the time, dear. That's how they become friends, I think.
Okay.
Or at least that's what it says.
And she'll gingerly move the cat and I think frolic towards the front door and open it.
Okay.
I think she would hear, knowing that the tea inside is free, Philomena would add, I'll buy a fresh one. How's that?
You really think you can win this over by tea? Tea? What? No. We're not having this conversation. No. We've done this before.
Oh, is that why you argue? Did you used to couple?
No, God,
nothing
no.
Of the sort.
No.
Heavens, no.
Oh, that would explain a lot, though. Please, come in. Stop arguing outside. You're making a scene.
She's making a scene. I'm not making a scene. She's making a scene.
Archibald didn't say anything and just after you.
He storms in a huff.
And you very quickly trip over a cat. The other one. It's this one. This asshole.
What is wrong with these furry assholes?
I think that one emulates you a little bit.
You see these thick whiskers, just scruffy. There's a distinctive as you both turn to look at Cordelia. They have the same, like, I'm tired, I'm old, and I'm done face on as they look back at you.
What's the matter, Archcat? Got your tongue?
It's detective. I'm too sober for this shit. Let's go.
Yes, maybe the more you drink, the more clues you'll actually find. Please come in and have some tea.
Oh, it's fucking hate on the detective day. I see how it is.
Yes.
Cordelia, dear, could you please hold that door? The other one's about to run in.
Absolutely.
As with a... Well, how would you describe your gait, Bree?
Dr. Jenkins carries herself in a very dignified and professional manner, but her gait is slightly off kilter as she uses a cane. She is in her mid-30s, dressed smartly in a form-fitting dress covered with a white coat, her hair up in a tidy and neat bun, and altogether very clean and well put together. She doesn't make any move to speed up her walk as the doors open up, just gives a very friendly nod and makes her way inside.
She will wait until the doctor is inside before closing the door.
I'll firmly lock it.
Philomena. Detective.
Doctor.
Doctor.
It's good to see that everyone is here and prompt.
1 second. Just guide them through the beaded curtain. And you might want to step a little bit to the right before you crush that skull there, dear. As you hear, you think it's in your direction, detective, but you are about to put your foot down, and there is a small, some sort of rat, perhaps, maybe a mouse skull, at your foot that you're about to step on, that a certain individual is like nosing up to you going, "Meow."
Why can't you just have a dog like a normal person?
Because dogs can't climb shelves to help me get things down, dear. Come in, come in.
I adjust my right foot and I walk in.
You adjust your right foot. You do not crush this small vermin's skull. And you're kind of feeling lucky you didn't for some reason. You're not sure, but as you pass it, there's like a slight shudder to the way that... And you swear that cat was snickering. You swear. No, they don't have it out for you. Surely.
These cats are up to something.
The cats. As you move past the beaded curtain. Now, the interior of the shop, for the most part, is lined with curios and various charms and jewels and books, and that's the stuff for the outsiders. Beyond the beaded curtain lies a small tea room and an apothecary cabinet along the back wall. Long, still messy. Several ladders are in this room. Far too many, quite frankly, for a room of this size, but apparently they're important. You're not sure why. There's seats already laid out for you of a variety of sizes. One has little lion paws for its feet. Another one has some sort of rune carved in the back. You all sit to the one of your preference. And in front of you turns I want to say a woman of her mid-40s, older for sure. Or perhaps younger. It is hard to tell with this one, especially with the lines and scarring that seems to run up her face that changes depending on the moon. Her hair is this deep red color that almost flickers and flies out of the attempted bun. And it's an attempt for sure, because it is about to fall out any second. She takes another quill and just kind of shoves it in the back, and before your eyes, you see Lightkeeper Mapleblade. A kindly, for the most part, older woman who looks every part the place of a librarian or an archivist of some kind. If not for the series of eyes that she holds on her belt that are shaped sort of between moons, and the weavings of dried herbs throughout the belt. There is a deep sweep to this bright skirt. It's far too bright for this area. She'd get stolen from in a second, usually. But who would mess with someone who tells the future? Certainly not the person... Well, the persons who are here. You know that far too well. Welcome, dears. Is everything all right? Do you look white as a sheet, or other adjacent things that are Is everything okay?
Just peachy.
Aces.
He's lying.
Yes, no, it's very obvious.
Yeah.
And you,
Today-
dear doctor?
Today has been just like really any other day. Patients. Just one after another. Busy work, always.
Are you getting the sleep you need, dear?
Well, I do. I just don't seem to get restful sleep. But
Nightmares
what
again?
can one do, considering? Yes.
Well,
Vivid. Each more vivid than the next.
tell that brain of yours to behave. I need you all comprehensive, for lack of a better word. They serve tea. It's an interesting herbal brew. It's definitely not alcohol, like some people might hope, because at least perhaps you'd be able to feel be able to maybe this stuff. All right.
There's a nice turmeric and honey tea with some cracked black pepper. It should kind of help whatever is sick inside of you. Detective, please. You don't look well.
You'll reluctantly accept a cup. Oh, if it's gonna fix what's inside of me, it must be some strong stuff.
I
Thank
wouldn't
you.
deny it.
Speaking of feeling well, Cordelia, how's your condition been? Any improvement since last time I saw you?
No improvements from us. I mean me. I've
No
started
worries.
bottling it, using it as ink now.
Well, if you need another appointment, I'll always fit you on the schedule. You know that.
Thank you.
Well, you can. Well, you're lucid enough.
The doctor
Doctor.
takes deep breath.
That's right. Calming breaths, calming breaths. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, look at that. You're doing a marathon. Ain't you just a cutie? Go on. Relax a little. Go sleep. After all that poor leg of yours. I gave it a bit of workout.
So, Cordelia, you mentioned the turmeric tea. May I have a glass?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Fresh pep.
The doctor kind of shrugs off something. Perhaps on her mind. In her mind.
In your mind. in the reflections. Well, you know, normal stuff. And as you take your tea, in a surprising display of, like, quiet from Mapleblade, they are just kind of, they've got that soft knowing smile as Cordelia goes about the Apothecary as if they know the place well, which they do at this point. They draw a card. And another. And another. They look in your directions. And they draw additional. In precisely 2 hours, which will be roughly an hour too late, I'm afraid. Something will have occurred at the High Rivers Society. And Candela, and very soon the OU, and there's a dingling at the door. Should only be too early. One moment, just take a seat. AUP, always too fast. You'll be too late.
Would you like
Yes,
some
dear?
assistance with the door?
Oh, it's fine. Whisper and have it. And there's a as a very youthful voice just careens into the floor. They'll be up in about 5 minutes. We've got time.
So, we'll be late to
Yes.
what transpires there.
Something has bled through again, dears. Or will. Or has. It's awake now, whatever it is. They hold up a card, twist it in their hands, place it down in front of you, Philomena. They push this card with these sticks wreathed in flames and seemingly careening from the sky, 8 of them. Well, whatever it is, it's going to be fast, direct. Defensive, they take another one. Tired, they take another. And needs the light. And then their eyes then their eyes gaze over toward the detective. Prepare your heart. They throw down a card in front of you. On it is a grizzled individual holding one of 9 sticks. They're tired, injured. It's going to hurt.
When does it not?
You're right. It's going to hurt worse.
Yay.
And Doctor, as they
Yes.
slide toward you a card of a gallery. Leave before they wake up. There's... Well, your headache might get worse before it gets better. Try to find balance wherever you can. And if you let the voices and stresses in your head get to you, it might not always be the worst thing to listen every now and then. They might be asking you to take a break.
She makes a bit of a can't say words today. Uncharacteristic kind of frown. She's normally very level-headed, but she frowns listening to that. She's like, let it take over.
No,
You know
I'm
the sort of
saying
things
let
that
it-
happen when I do.
of course. And I'm saying that you may want to take a break and let it happen before you don't have a choice, dear.
Understood.
Before you don't have a choice, dear. Oh my god, I love this woman. She's insane. And so are you. The little one's still, like, super creepy. I love that. Have they leaked out of the eye yet? What do you mean it's rude? I'm giving them a compliment. Oh, you're such a stick in the mud. Oh my god. Well, 2 minutes now. Finish your tea and best be off. The address is there. It will take a while to get to, and you will be late, I'm afraid. But you will be there before the OUP will. Let's just say that much. Because if I know that... my head, what the... Oh my goodness, why is everyone running so early today? Did I not adjust my clock? Looks over, and you see a clock with 7 dials. Each one pointing in different directions and different colors, made out of different types of bone. And there's a... Oh. Of course it's the crow's foot. All right. Off you go. Hurry before they notice some of you, at the very least.
Yes, I don't like them.
Me neither, dear, but it's nice when they owe you a favor. Off you go.
Okay. Come on, don't be
Dr.
slow, old man.
Jenkins.
I really am.
Dr.
Just
Jenkins
one
will slowly get up.
one bad day away from some fucking thing. He gets up and he storms off.
As he tries to storm, one of the cats tries to wind around your ankles again. It's the same one.
Detective cats tend to be drawn to those that don't want them around the most. So perhaps if you just pretend that you want its attention, or give it some attention, maybe it won't pay you as much mind.
Well, there's a problem, Doc. I'm just not that good at lying.
You do good work. I know that. Don't let people get to you. Or cats.
He actually hesitates for a second when he hears that. He straightens his posture a little bit. Well, I think... While I appreciate the sentiment, Doc, you're probably the only mind in this 2-bit town that actually believes that. But it's appreciated.
Nah, do him. Says the voice in your head. Like, he's a bit sad, but you know.
Kind of
Like, really
shakes her
sad.
head
Like, depressingly
at him.
sad.
She'll shake her head at the detective. There are other people out there. It's just... the dissenters are... What would you say? Louder? Those that have issues have a louder voice than those who don't.
Yeah, keep using big words to cover up your feelings. Go on.
Like a journalist. Pointed look over at the journalist in the room.
Can she have been attempting to distract the cat away from the detective?
Yep. The cats actually really like you too.
Shall give one of them a scratch behind the ears?
Starts purring. Starts like tossing out. I love how through all of this there is the gradual deposit of cat in the room. That's like the best thing.
Yep.
It's like, here's what I prepared earlier. Plonk. I will say that I will I'll definitely give this to you. Cordelia, would you be willing, very briefly, before you left, the cards were in an odd line. You've seen them this way before, but not quite this way. Before you leave, would you like to kind of try to figure it out, or do you think you'd just be like, yes, I'm on my way?
I would like to take a look. Yes.
All right. In that case, may I have a sense check from you?
Yes.
Fast roll.
Oh my god. I can make a roll. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, guys. We're already 45 minutes in, and I'm...
So sense. I do 3, and I have 2 gilded. And so I'm rolling 5
You
dice?
do... So you do... Where is your thingy again? So for a sense check, you do 3, and 1 of them is gilded.
Okay. All right. We've got a 1, a 6, a 5, and on the guild, we have a 5.
Would you like to take a mitigated success? And I suppose you haven't spent any drives, so would you like to just succeed?
Yes, please.
All right. So, as you kind of look at the cards, Mapleblade was tapping one of them that was not on the table before you left. It was the sun card, inverted. Tutting. And as they kind of like ran their hand up their face and into their very like now basically not a bun anymore. It's gone, guys. The bun tried. As they ran their hand through and like the quill pops out, like it spills ink black over the sun card and oh dear. Touches the scar.
Are you okay?
Oh. It's fine, Cordelia. Don't worry, dear.
It doesn't look like it's going to be fine.
We must know shadow to know light. I know better than anyone, they say, and you swear for a second that the scars almost reach out in spectral hands and try to hold the fingertips like, well, one would reach for an outstretched hand, and there's a... It's fine, don't worry. But it won't be if you don't hurry. Go on.
Okay.
And with some speed, you will be able to make your way to places where... How much experience do you guys have with the uptown folk? With the people with money? Like, how much experience do you have where the gardens are rich, the lawns are wider than some of your apartments? How much experience do you have with the eaves?
I mean, that's why I put a tie on today.
Dr. Jenkins probably has a decent amount of experience as she is willing to do house calls. And, well, let's be honest, those who are rich and powerful like people to come to them rather than to go.
Very much so. And for the others?
I think she has a lot of experience schmoozing, knowing the right people, showing her face to the right people, sometimes charming her.
I think...
Mummy and Dad, they have money, but they haven't been around since the incident.
And I think the detective has probably picked up many cases, taken him all across New Faire. He's spent a lot of time up here, but he particularly doesn't like it. He's from South Suffolk, and if it's not South Suffolk, it doesn't feel right. He feels out of place.
It's too plain.
He doesn't trust the cleanliness.
All right. I I think your first hints. How would you like to have been traveling? Will you be on the... My brain's like, anything off the trolley card is. First thing in my head. How would you like to try and get there? Are you trying to take the tram car up? Are you bothering to hail a cab? Do you have transport? Like, let's build this world together. How would you like to maneuver?
She has probably gotten very good at hailing cabs.
Okay.
Yes, and Dr. Jenkins would have also suggested and agreed with the cab, as this is something that requires the time, essence of time, and she's not the fastest.
Mm-hmm.
She has probably mastered one of those double finger whistles that I literally can't do, but it's like piercing and gets the attention.
My mum literally can summon a taxi from a kilometer away. I don't know how she finds the taxi. We don't take a taxi very often, very rarely, in fact. It's terrifying that she just has the Epona whistle for a cabbie.
A superpower.
It's wild. Love my mom. But as you guys get into this cab, older gentleman, sort of one of their one half of their face is kind of pockmarked. There's a little bit of a tinge to their nose where they've clearly been rubbing at it a lot. The rains have been coming through, so people with hay fever have been kind of doing the suffering, especially because all of the pollen as we are heading into the warmer months. Gets in the Australian bit. As we're heading into the warmer months, and the rains have been falling almost non-stop in the last little bit. You guys are seated in this carriage, and it's an older one. The horse looks like it could use a nap instead of another job, but people gotta eat. And as you kind of are moving along this way, the thing that stops you first, and you don't stop moving, but it's the quiet. And then the rushing. About half a dozen other carriages past you. People seem to be fleeing. As you finally make your way about, we'll give it 100 meters roughly before you get off the cabbie, because the cabbie says the horse was spooked and they don't want to come any closer. You step out of the vehicle. In the distance, you hear the bells of what the OUP usually sound like. And you make your way. But it's very difficult not to notice the people on the floor. They start at the edge of the gallery, at the High Rivers Society, the edge of the building where the fence line is. There is hands coated in blood. And just split from the eye, the right eye, because one lays back, the first one you see, downwards through the neck. Cracked rib. All of them. And then across the chest and just to the side. Blood. So much blood. The right eye is missing. Of the first body you find. What do you do?
It's like they're sleeping. Like broken dolls.
Gracious.
Dr. Jenkins will carefully, but as quick as she can, make her way to investigate one of the bodies to take a closer look.
On one side, there is very distinct dryness of tears. The other side, where the eye is missing, and it is missing. My brain says the chal cord, but that's not the right word, but the cord that connects the eye to the brain has been severed, been torn, but there is no eye. The hand that is most bloodied is the one on the right side. You know what? Roll me an analyze roll, please. And feel free to be active with what you'd like to do. Shout out if you go, man, I feel like I want to try this. I have this ability. Go nuts.
I'm going to spend a drive and I'm going to give you an extra die on your roll as I'm going to help you as I pull out my first set of gear, my investigation equipment.
Love that.
So if I have 2 out of the 3 highlighted, what does that mean for how many I roll? Does that matter?
You have 2 die to roll. Do you have a gilded in that particular skill? For analyze.
Yes, I do.
Then that means one of those 2 die are gilded.
All right. So I can roll 1.
And is that including the third and then you get the extra die for having the drive given to you by the detective. What does your detective gear look like as you are helping out the doctor?
I like to think it's because it literally, the description of the item is just detective gear. So with the full flexibility that offers, in one hand there is like a notepad tucked between his middle 2 fingers, and he has like a pen in between his thumb and his index finger, and he's somehow writing like that. And in the other hand there's a hip flask. That's his detective gear.
Somehow this assists.
All right. And would this be a situation where I would choose some gear to use?
You don't have to if you feel like you've got say like laboratory equipment and you want to use that, go for it. But I feel like as a medical professional, checking over a body is an innate skill that you have trained over years, right? If you'd like to use a tool to help you, say, separate the rib cage to pull out a heart, that's a different story.
Yes. All right.
Why did I say that so candidly?
Like it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. All right.
They're important. Ribs are difficult. I shouldn't know.
All right. I got a 2 and a 3 on the regular one and a 4 on the gilded.
All right. If you choose to take that gilded, and I would suggest you do because that's a mitigated success, as you're like checking the body, it's just too fresh. There's just way too much blood for the amount of just, for lack of a better word, very obviously, the eye is missing. As to where that eye is, that is a mystery. There is no signs of it. You look for the floor to see signs of footprints or anything. There is nothing. As you kind of look through the body, I will say with a 4, at the very least, you can tell this is self-inflicted.
It's like they gouged their own eye out. But why? I have no idea what would cause such an event.
Neither do they. Get it? Because they don't have an eye.
Hardly at the time.
Lame.
Not the time for what?
Nothing, Detective. I'm talking to myself.
Maybe it's time. And she puts her hand on the doctor's shoulder. Maybe you mean it's time we look to see if there's a route. Like maybe it branched out from somewhere. And she's gonna try to step in the non-bloody parts of the floor and start heading towards the center room. As she reaches up towards her eye and goes, Delilah. And I'd like to use her as my bleed detector.
Yes, lovely. As you reach up, there's a yes. What is it?
Something fun has happened and terribly wrong.
I do enjoy fun. Oh, sure. And you feel, does it drip from your eye?
Yeah.
As there's a distinct shudder and almost akin to a previous scene that our wonderful audience has seen and our players have seen, but these characters have not. Your eye twists in its socket in different directions and goes, oh, it really is everywhere. They had a lot of fun. Oh.
What kind of fun?
So are you. Mwah. Love you. Oh, look. Oh, that one's different. As you've moved through, and at this point, Cordelia, you are wading through an entire party's worth of bodies. Every single one of these, and no, this is going to be talked about for years to come. Because too many important figures were at this event. As each one of them, similar injuries, some more violent than others. And that one. The one with the gloves. Oh, they've been very bad. What are you guys doing? And we've got the doctor looking at bodies with the detective's help ? Help. And what is our beloved journalist doing as Cordelia is walking through? You've got almost to sway because it does throw you off balance having your eyes in two separate directions a little bit. You are following to the best of your ability, but it's moving very fast. Delilah's. Wow. Oh.
I think she's of the mindset to gather evidence, so she is going to pull out a camera and attempt to, as long as the faces are intact, she's going to try and snap a few photos to see if they become more recognizable in picture, or just generally, since she has a history of schmoozing with the upper class, she's wondering if she might have recognized anyone from previous recordings.
That's a good point. Give me a read roll to see if you recognize anybody. But with your camera, is it an instant develop situation? Have we hit that level of technology, or are you going to have to find out?
I would say that's up. Oh, okay. She
It's
probably has resources from the paper that she works for that she could get them developed fairly instantaneously.
Okay, cool. So you take those pictures, you definitely recognize, like, these are the people who, they are of this area. They are, most of them are upper class. There are some, you take a big, deep inhale as you recognize one of them. Tell me, who owes you a favor? My brain says primacy, but that's not the right word. Primary?
Primary?
They are like the people in charge, upper class. My brain's totally forgotten that.
I'll say she's probably talked to a lot of secretaries, which is probably how she's gotten a lot of introductions. It's possible that one of these people that she's gotten an in with at someone's office, she might recognize their face from getting an unscheduled interview in the middle of the day with the help of their secretaries, who are more like her people.
So it's primacy, and you would recognize the co-secretary of Lucas Secco, who is they're very well known to be secreting objectives of lobbyists into chamber agendas when they're not supposed to for the right sum, but you recognize their co-secretary.
Oh, and you said a read roll.
Yes, please.
So I think I just have one, but can I possibly spend a drive?
Of course you can. Please, that's what they're there for. Do not be stingy with your drives. Let them drive you. It's literally in the name.
So drives let you add another
Die
roll
to the pool. Yeah.
Excellent.
Ooh, I have 2 5s.
2 5s, lovely. So that's a mitigated. As you look through the bodies, you try to see if there's any patterns, any movements. They're all very similar to the first. There's some in this center area as Cordelia is kind of moved toward this one body. And note, they are completely ignoring another one that is far, far worse. You kind of... Whatever happened, it was very quick succession. It wasn't... And it seems to be moving... Whatever it was moving through. Or they all decided to do it one at a time very rapidly. As if they... And their eyes darting in a direction. They're all open-eyed is the other thing. Nobody's got their eyes closed. They're just staring up, wide, blank, terrified, some with tear stains. And the reason that you kind of take pause and you're wondering why Cordelia is not looking at the body lying limp, upside down. A woman, right? Hanging out, right? And there's this distinct squelching noise as this pool at the center. And Cordelia, you're not seeing this. You're too excited about this one right here. There's something on them. Sister, there's something on them. As Philomena, your gaze raises to what it looks like a woman, half in painting, half of painting, half dripping slowly, almost solid but boneless is what's pooling at the floor paint. Is it blood? What? And to those who heard the initial scene, the woman of the painting hangs upside down, eyes missing, both of them missing, with half of their body still painted and flat and two-dimensional. Sister, reach into this one's pockets. Take off their gloves. I think they'd look better on you.
We'll start with the gloves. The gloves first. I want to see the hands.
Me too. They're special hands.
And she'll start taking the finger of the glove and start slowly taking it off.
Red. The color continues after you pull even from this point. Runes. They run up and down stitch lines around the wrists. Bright, inked tattooed hands, stitched on hands. Not this beautiful woman's hands. Those are gone now.
Cordelia, dear, have you found something over there?
As you enter the room, you see that body in the painting.
Oh, heavens.
Yes, look at her hands. She's special. So special. And fun.
I think you should take
A
them.
lot more.
I'll
There's a
take
lot
them.
more to look at than just the hands. She's half in, half out. And can I reach into my bag and pull out the bleed detector, which would be a stethoscope?
Can I hear where the bad juju is? Sure.
Yeah. So she would kind of put it around, put it in her ears. And yeah, she would be looking to hear, and notably towards that painting, because I mean, a body coming out of a painting is not something you see every day.
Tun tun. Tun tun. Tun tun. Tun tun. Tun tun. Help. Please. Help. 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 I can't breathe. I have no mouth. Help. Help. Please.
She is going to make her way to the woman hanging out the painting and feel for a pulse.
It's fading and weak.
Heavens, she's still alive. Barely.
Poor thing.
Half painted, dripping out to the floor.
Oh, we very well can't pull her out. And
Please. I wanted to stop. Please, let it stop.
I'm so sorry, dear. I'll do what I can. And Dr. Jenkins will examine everything that she can just to see, like, whether or not this person can be removed from the painting, or if this is
They are
something
painting.
undoable.
Their skin is oils and pigment and blood. They're suffering.
She will look around. There's other paintings, right?
Yep,
Do these other paintings have people?
not anymore. You see a flowery basket held by no one. You see a place with a dog barking up at no one. Do you still have your blade detector up?
I do. And she would kind of be putting it around like she's seeing what else shows up in her.
All right. This is not the same system, but I am going to offer you basically a moment of fate
Oh,
with
don't
consequence.
tempt me with a good.
I'm offering you a poison promise. take the mark and bleed. And let the other one handle it. And I'll give you more information. Should you get a mitigated success or higher on a sense roll.
All right. You know I'm going to take that leap.
I know, that's
Gonna
why
do
I
that.
offered.
Now, I don't have any of them highlighted for sense, so I don't know what that does or means.
It means you're rolling with disadvantage. So you roll 2d6 and you take the lower. You can spend drives to try to increase it. If somebody wants to help you, they can, but they probably shouldn't know.
I will spend some drives. How many can I spend?
If it's within, do you have any drives in intuition?
I have 6.
Then you can spend as many of those as you want, hon.
All right.
As long as it's not up to more than 6 die.
I'll spend 2.
All right. Spend those 2 drives. Is this a gilded action for you?
All right. No, it is not.
Lovely. All right. Take that mark and bleed.
All right. And roll, do you want me to do anything else?
Roll sense and tell me what you get.
Oh, no. I got 2 1s and 2 4s.
All right. So you got the mitigated success. So for the briefest moment, and you can pull yourself out, kind of. But you feel like yourself stretch back, and you guys are kind of distracted because at this point, Cordelia, you taking those hands?
You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm going to take those hands and I'd like to put on the glove. And then I'm going to start going through the pockets. Oh, detective, you're muted as well.
Sorry, that was all the chaos of the moment. That's technically tampering with a crime scene, but...
You know what would be tampering? You see these runes? And she pulls out a quill, sticks it on a rune, and cuts through it. Tampering. They're stitched inside. Why don't you come look?
Against my better judgment, sure.
Oh, it's so good. Philomena, you're pretty keen. You're on the case. You've got your camera. So I think you're kind of there, but not. As the good doctor suddenly straightens up. Puts the stethoscope on. Puts it to their own heart. Cool. Puts it against the painting. Poor fuck. Snaps whatever neck is left. And that goes silent. Night. And then as they go to step, there's a crinkle to the leg, and they're like, what the fuck is on my shoe? And it's that black monocle. It's black, glassy, strange, round, about the size of an eye. It's on a silver chain, and there's a tilt of the head, and wait, that smells funny. Why does it smell funny? What is that? Oh. Wait, Doc, I don't feel too good.
Miss Hines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hang on. And then there's a and you catch the glass bits on the floor and you see yourself and you snap out of it. And then you're looking at your feet again as you run your quill through those runes, you say.
Yes.
Oh, you make me so happy. Okay, firstly, I'm going to give you one chance, especially since Delilah's around, to resist what's about to happen. But you will have to spend a resistance to roll a sense roll. As the runes start to, you run your finger through them, and then there's just this horrible leaking noise.
Okay, resistance.
So how many resistance? You should have, so in your intuition, there's a couple of resistances. You'll have to spend one of those.
Okay. Done.
And then roll me a sense check. Now this is gilded for you, so roll that with a gilded die. If you'd like to spend one of your many drives in intuition, feel free.
I have so many, but we're just gonna go with it. All right, so I rolled a 4, a 6, and a 6.
Critical success! Lovely. Was it either of the 6s on that gilded die?
Yes.
Lovely. You get one of those drive points back. And as you tear through, you hear a, "Sister, be careful," and you drop the hand as the hand begins to twitch and mangle and writhe and detective, you've seen some shit in your life. There's been some stuff, but nothing can prepare you for seeing a hand unstitch itself from a wrist and begin to crawl with rapid speed out a door. What do you do?
I try to stomp on it.
Okay, roll me a move or a strike. Up to you. Yes, if you'd like to take pictures, feel free.
Yes, I think if she hears, or she'll turn and then just out of habit, she's taking pictures of absolutely everything.
Dink. Now, this is an old-timey camera, so you do have to re-hit that slide. So you can only do so many. We'll see how it goes, okay? I'm going to say it depends on what the detective says.
So I'll make this a move roll and I'll spend a drive. So that's 2d6. Non-gilded. A 1 and a 4.
Mitigated success. You do manage to catch at least a little bit. You stomp down, you hear it as the thumb breaks. But it still has 4 other fingers and it needs to get out of here, doesn't it? And you just see the remaining 4 fingers essentially pincer and just scurry out of the door. You get 1 picture because of that. It'll be a little bit blurred when you develop it. And Cordelia, your sister has just saved you again. Don't forget to say thank you.
I say thank you every time I look in the mirror and think of you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Love you.
I love you. But you know who I hate? I hate him.
Which one? The one with the... Him?
Him.
Oh, yeah, he was really mean to that hand, wasn't he?
He's very mean.
Oh, but you need him for now, don't you? We could trick him.
Yeah.
How do you feel about, and there's some soft, and the rest of you just see Cordelia start giggling to themselves, and detective, you feel a little bit, later, for sure. Okay. You might need to stop leaking me out soon, though. I'm starting to get a little tired.
Okay, you rest. I've got it.
Okay. Just let me know if you need any more help, alright?
I will.
Doctor, you see yourself, you feel yourself sway that weak leg. Your knee buckles, you land in blood. That person in the painting is gone. And detective, can you do me a favor?
Mhm.
And I feel like this would either be a read or a survey for you. I don't know if you're any good at either of those, off the top of my head. If you'd like to actually, because you're trying to figure out who's here as well, so let me know if either of you would like to roll or somebody assist another person with drives. If you'd like to roll 2 separate checks, either is okay.
Can I do something? Can I do something different?
Ooh, yes. What do you want to do?
I want to burn my intuition resistance.
Oh.
And I'm going to
Are
go
you wanting a poison
into...
promise too?
I'm going to go into my mind palace,
Oh, yes.
which is the ability that I have.
I love it.
Burn my intuition resistance as I, over the course of like out in the real world is like a split second, but he goes into his mind palace and he analyzes everything he's seen, everything he's heard, every aroma that he's smelled. And from like a more cinematic visual perspective, we see like a dark void where he just stands there in front of a note board which has pinned notes on it, and it's everything he's seen, all these different experiences. And in rapid time, we see him moving things around, trying to put things in order. By burning this one resistance, the GM gives you the information you've deduced.
Before I do, though, your hand stops briefly on one pin. A familiar pin. Dad, it's okay.
It's never okay.
You say that about everything. You're gonna get so tired.
I've been tired since before you were born.
But more tired.
It just means I'm not done yet.
There's a small hand. How old is this hand?
Oh, I would say 7 at the most.
It's tippy toes. It's tiny. There's woven bands of flowers. Her favorite. She taught them. She taught them well. And with that soft sense of chamomile briefly under your nose, you feel a hand on your shoulder, long fingers, a musician's fingers. And as you bring yourself back in, there's a good luck. And the information that I can tell you is that that person in the painting, the one that is now dead, the one that is now gone, has been missing for the last 7 years and is on a list of people who have gone missing. Rather like your wife and daughter. Oh, and who was that other one? That it starts to piece together. There was a man too, right? Around the same time? No, it's been Surely. What was their name? No, not important.
I
Not
think
important.
I think anyone that's looking like in his direction as this all sort of happens over the space of moments, as he comes back to it, he drops his hip flask.
Ding ding. It clatters. It slides into a pool of blood.
Fuck. He gingerly picks it up, pulls out a handkerchief, and then
She monogrammed that.
Oh. Moving around the blood, are we tampering with evidence?
Meanwhile, Dr. Jenkins is just like literally sprawled in the blood, like trying to get up, trying to get their cane.
Trying to get their
Doctor, would you like some
cane.
help?
Yes, please. Though I'm quite covered. Oh, God. My new coat. I just got this dry cleaned.
There's something fucked about that thing on the floor, Doc. And you feel like just this raging headache.
There's some kind of eyeglass monocle. Don't look at it directly. God.
It's like it's everything. It's not. It's don't put it to your eye. It's not for you. It's definitely not for you, man. Oh, fuck! It
Miss
feels like a
Hines,
hangover.
That was the farthest thing from my mind. And
Look, you're
Dr.
stupid. How am I
Jenkins says this
supposed to
out
not
loud,
think that?
loudly.
Yep.
You're not the one who spent all those years getting an education. Never mind. And she is going to. She probably has a handkerchief of her own, and she's going to grab it and then like trying to carefully, like where the eyeglass is without looking too much at it. Grab it with the handkerchief.
And I will say,
Wrap
at this
it up.
point, we hear the ting, ta-ting, 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 ta-ting of very familiar bells as the cops are on their way, for lack of a better word. Periphery are on their way.
All this blood has drawn the sharks to the water.
She did say not much time, and her clock's around.
I think I've got something quite important for us to look at. Can someone help me up so we can get out of here?
She's holding out a hand for the doctor.
She hesitates only for a moment looking at Philomena, like with that slight distrust, but she'll take the hand.
Philomena, as you
Sure.
take that hand, there is a firmer grip than you expected, honestly. And the hands are far more calloused than you expected. Perhaps it's that cane.
I think
Who's Hines? Yes,
I'll-
detective?
I'll run over and I'll look at the doctor and I'll say, we don't have much time. Would you consent to a fireman's carry?
Sure.
Great. We gotta fucking go. And I'll scoop the doctor up and we will start running.
Covered in blood.
Cordelia.
Her sense of, like, she has no shame or dignity at this point. She's like, all right, let's go. Covered in
Cordelia? And then I'll hit up Philomena in just a second. Cordelia, what was that?
As the detective is getting up and going away, she's kind of flabbergasted that once again he's walking away without checking for further evidence, and is going to put her fingers inside of the pockets of the person and see if there's anything in there before they run.
Okay, cool. I will give you that be a survey, please, while you do that. And yes, Philomena.
So, she would have heard the mention of the monocle. Okay.
Yep, you would have heard also the Ms. Hines, I believe, was the name, was it?
Mhm.
How big are the bleed containment vials?
They can be whatever you'd like them to be. I picture them roughly about test tube size, but I'm also a picture like a conical flask where the bottom of it is like this rotating like camera eye lens sort of thing, but it's all up to you.
I like that second option. I think she's going to try to use her peripheral vision to locate where the eye is and kind of use the containment vial as like the way that you would catch a spider underneath a cup to attempt to slide it and close the lid on it.
So I will say that the doctor has picked up the monocle.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to, but they picked up some of the monocle. If you'd like to pick up the excess and the contaminant vial, I will say that that's honestly probably going to be very helpful for what happens next.
All right. She will attempt to do that.
Okay, lovely. As you use this, I imagine like this basically conical flask. The bottom is metal, this brassy color. The top has this strange, almost like camera focus style. As you turn the top, the bottom opens, and as you put it down, there's just that as the eye closes on the rest of the items. I do like the spider bit, so in my head it's now like just little spread out tiny little bits. And what was that survey roll, Cordelia?
So when it's disadvantage,
it's 2 and you take the lower.
Okay.
If you choose to spend a drive, it's a straight. It's 2. It's 1 total.
1 total die? Okay.
Yes, per drive.
Okay, I'll spend a drive and we'll risk it for the biscuit.
Go for it.
A 4.
All right, so you do have, like, again, you're in a rush. I think that's the other reason why you're not fully, like, thorough with your investigation. You pick up, you reach through these pockets, weird hands, the gloves, you pull out, using the gloves, this medallion? No, it's too small to be a medallion. It almost looks like the top of a signet ring of a handprint. In a circle.
Pocket it.
Awesome. And as you do, you follow the rest. And what timing, what luck, everyone roll me a move. And if note, I will say that actually, I would say that, Doctor, since you are being carried, it is, in fact, our good friend, the detective, that gets the disadvantage on this roll.
Which is why I'm going to spend 2 drives.
Wise. If you've got anything in nerve, you could always give them a drive if you'd like, because we can add multiple.
Nerve.
Would this be considered a high stakes roll?
Yes, actually, I would say this is very much considered a high stakes roll.
Can I spend drives under cunning instead of move? Because I have an ability that lets me do that.
Then you may. I would love that. Thank you.
I'm going to spend 2 drives from cunning.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm spending 2 drives so that I get 2 die. And did the doctor say she was spending a drive? No.
None to spend.
I have a 0 in
good.
nerve, but
All good.
Can I lend a hand?
You can if you've got the nerve drive to spend.
I do, and I like the doctor. So go ahead and add 1.
How are you helping? What does this look like?
I think I see him kind of struggling with how slippery the blood is, and to help alleviate some of the weight, I'm going to try to hold up a part of the doctor as well.
I think you pick, for thematic reasons, do they pick the bad leg?
Ooh, yes.
What does it feel like in their hands?
It would feel actually quite light. And she has a thick stocking that she's wearing, so visibly you don't tell a difference between her other leg. But the texture underneath the stocking feels wrong, gnarled, and ribbed. Just nothing about it feels correct, like skin should feel.
I really like this one.
She's a sweet girl.
And at the same time, I like this one.
Me too. Yeah. Hurry, detective. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
What do we got? What's our moves?
So I got a mitigated success with a 1, a 4, and a 5.
Any on a gilded?
No gilded.
Okie dokie, what do we got?
I got a 6, a 3, and a 3, but I might have had an idea.
Okay.
I think on their way out, just in case they get any trouble, can Philomena attempt to put on her press credentials so that if anyone does catch there, it looks like she's there in an official capacity. It's kind of like a disguise.
I will say that depending on the role of Cordelia, I will allow it. Otherwise, I don't want you to waste your gear if it's unnecessary. So, Cordelia?
1, 3, 5, 5 on the gilded.
Ooh, lovely. You get that drive back. So, 2 mitigateds and a full success. You're going to need that press, Doctor dear. It's the strain of carrying someone and covered in blood. And I'm going to say that the detective takes a mark in body. Just from the extra strain that you weren't expecting. The doctor's oddly more heavy than you expected from someone you'd expect to be light, right? But they feel muscled in a way that you weren't expecting. I think especially as you're moving through this door. And as you essentially are running out with desperation, you're covered in blood. And the periphery are right there. So I think that unless you want to stop and chat, you're all going to take, except for the good doctor, because they're kind of not moving, an additional mark in body as you're pushing yourselves to run away.
Ooh.
Do you think that's fair to say?
I'm vibing with it.
Lovely. Then, as it has hit 8, or some people's 2, I do think this is a good time for our break. Also, good job, guys. I hope that's been okay so far.
This has been so much fun.
Are you kidding? You smashed
here
it
for
out
this.
of the park. Oh my god. That intro? One of you, those lines will live in my head for a week, rent-free, 100%.
Oh. I've discovered that I like little premonitions before I run a session of Candela.
Yeah. Oh, this is the horror vibes that I was hoping for. I'm loving this. Delicious.
This is why I wanted you to do this, Scarlett.
Yay! Yay!
When the sun goes down, the struggle begins. The hunger, the beast, urging you to feed. Soft at first, but always there. Taunting, relentless. The beast will not be denied. The thirst grows, an implacable, pounding demand. Time is short, and you must hunt, must consume, all while evading, lest you become the prey. The drums roar unceasingly, or is it the beast threatening to strip away your control? In the end, the beast may win sometimes. But if you forge the right alliances, remain in the shadows, and resist your darkest urges, it won't win tonight.
It's been nearly 50 years since the introduction of the fantasy role-playing game. In that time, we've traded tomes of paper and ink for virtualized manifestations of the table. But this great game of the mind has always taken place in our collective imaginations. Welcome to Alchemy RPG. Create interactive scenes and experience gameplay in an intuitive storytelling environment, meticulously designed to amplify cinematic immersion within the theater of the mind. Craft your worlds beyond words. Immerse yourself and your players in your creations with lore-rich articles. Fully mechanized NPCs, and pre-made player characters. Effortlessly stream your tales directly from Alchemy, while onlookers cheer for your heroes on perilous paths of adventure. Discover a universe of immersive story worlds like never before, with unforgettable adventures ready to be had at the touch of a button. Breathe new life into your stories by harnessing the power of the Alchemy platform, a window into any world.
As we move back into the streets, there is the sound of bootstep behind you. Rather quickly, you hear dogs barking, but they are distracted to some degree by the sheer number of bodies. We cut briefly as we move to the streets of Faire. And in a silent step, there is an odd calm. Unbeknownst to our circle of adventurers. Adventurers is the wrong word. No. We hear a cat on the street as it yells past. A familiar cat. This one dark, white socks. Its shadow stretches out as it curls back inside for curios. And as the soft sound of wind rushes slowly, arching over buildings and structures and some stuff we're not supposed to know. We circle, 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 look through, looking glass. Looks and trains down to the location from a very high building. Looks down to the bodies as they are slowly put back. Not together, no. No. Why would they bother? But these are important people. They need to look good before their families check on them. As that cat curls around and we pass that scene and this dark form, this looming shadow fades back. And we follow the spyglass from this cat to another location, to a building filled with people making the world. There are some who will say that the world is made of the things you can see. Those people are right to some degree. But it is script, it is word, it is story that truly crafts the world. It is the stories we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better when things are dark and lonely. It's story that comforts us, that makes us seek solace, protects us. And as we look over to this typing individual through this spy looking glass-colored glass, what color is it? And we look through the eye of this glass. They put it down. There's a big sigh. Damn. And there's no sign of it. Someone comes from the shadows in this very tall building. Someone wearing just a nice leather pair of gloves. It's a cold day. It's been raining after all. Right. No, Cassandra, I don't think expected quite that. And what of Wicker? You can't say that they're still missing. No, really? Where would they even go? Well, we've got people searching the city, but many suspect that they may have gone back potentially to their home. And where do you get that idea? Well, there's a nod. Proprietor, it's the bodies, isn't it? Oh, I suppose that's right. And they hold the glass and they move it down the street, past where you turned into the street, past beyond each block, another body. And another. Do you know what it is yet? No. But Wicker knew what it was. And they had to, otherwise why would it be chasing them? Good point. Well, if they're not dead, or if there's no one dead by the morn, send someone out to it. Where do they live again? Oh, right. In that strange house out out in the country. I'll never understand artists. Why spend all that time on a house made of stained glass? We enter a scene as you moved forward safely, maybe? Question mark. Debatably? Question mark. There is an office. It's late, though the sounds of typewriters are still going. The question is, were you followed? And I think at this point, my friends, somebody's going to need to roll hide, or sway, or how do you escape the eyes after you've pushed yourselves into the late afternoon and that sun slowly dips toward that office?
Sway, please.
Lovely, Everett. And describe what happens. What does this look like?
I think the office of the paper is a nondescript building. It has a simple sign outside declaring the insert name here. And she would know the back entrance fairly well. Fair to say that, like, if anyone is hanging around out there, they're taking a break from the daily grind. And her plan is, like, she's already got the press credentials on. So anyone that she would know from around the office, she would kind of just give him a wink and a little grin and maybe try to engage them in conversation after unlocking the back door so that she can sway their attention and presumably provide a suitable distraction so everyone else can go inside. And her office is, there's a nameplate on her door, so it's not difficult to find.
All right. Before you do roll your sway, I want a fate roll. Have you ever done one before?
Is it a D100? Or?
It is a D100 if you have one on you. If not, I will gladly take a pool of D6s.
I saved the D100.
I would just like to point out at this time, many of you watching and those of you at the table will have done fate rolls on Quest Junkies before. Scarlet is the one who introduced the fate roll to Quest Junkies, so we're now getting the authentic fate roll.
Hit me up, sugar. What you got?
89.
Can you describe the one that has a crush on you, but is a little bit not quite worth the time? As you make that sway roll.
His name is Dilton.
Why is that the thing that sends me?
I may have slightly borrowed it, but it's still true. And I do have a gilded die.
Yeah.
So
when you take the choice, so if you have a gilded die, you roll one of the die you roll is gilded, and if you choose to, you can choose to take the gilded one in order to recover your drive.
Ooh, okay. All right, then. And why not? I'm gonna spend a single drive for this. So I think that's 3 total. Yeesh. Okay. 1, a 3 on the gilded, and then a 4.
Now, the 4 is the mitigated success. However, a 3 is a failure. Would you like to take the failure and get the die, or do you think this is too important?
I think this is too important.
All right. Describe Dilton. What kind of person are they? And you're trying to distract them. Kind of.
I think, I was going to go with Pocket Protector, but I think Pocket Square is more likely. And it's not just a pocket square, it's sewn onto a sweater vest. So it's it's a bonus pocket square. And he's got, today, I think, he probably dresses to match every single day of his life. So it's probably a very well color coordinated, like, white dress shirt with a bright orangey sweater vest with that pocket, and in the pocket is I'll say a black pocket square. And I think as she distracts him, she'll just Dilton, darling, I see we've gone with the black silk today, the spicy variant. Wow, I can talk. Variant.
That's all right. You rolled mitigated success. We'll say that that's exactly what's happening. Now, is Dilton older than you or younger than you?
Maybe 2 years younger.
Okay. Miss Philomena, hi. Are you okay? You look... no, spicy one. Good, hang on. Is there someone...
You know, it's been such a busy day on the job. She'll kind of gesture to her press credentials. You know,
forces them to look down. They look up immediately. Oh yeah, no, we're getting reports in of some horrible stuff happening at the High River Society. Were you on that case?
Yes, you know, the boss man wanted to put me on the job right away just to get the skinny and the lowdown. And
of course they do. Your articles are always really good. Hang on. And I think, what do they see as you guys note? Some of you are still covered in blood, unless you've tried to wash off on the interim. So, what do they see as they are sneaking essentially past you? Mm-hmm. Like, what do they catch that makes them suspicious? But it is a success, but they have hints, right? Because this isn't risky. Mm-hmm. Well, this is less risky.
Yeah, I think by then, like, Dr. Jenkins would have taken off her white coat and turned it inside out and is holding it, like, over her thing as she walks with her cane, because she would... Mm-hmm. I don't think she would let the detective carry her all the way here, so...
I can totally picture Hines being like, free ride, though. Look, this is the most you've ridden in years.
Hines, no. But, shh, no one needs to know that. Shh.
And this is why we don't fuck.
We don't fuck. Because I work all the time. It's hard to meet people. Okay?
No, it's not. But someone's got hang-ups and made me promise when I was drunk, didn't they?
Well,
I could get us tail.
Promise, though. You can
yeah,
get
for now.
Tail. Mm-hmm.
Look.
If anything,
it's
probably Dr. Jenkins' conversation that she's having with no one that's suspicious at this point.
Right. It's just like tail.
Listen, you get enough control as it is. I don't need you to do anything that could influence my life too much beyond that.
Doctor, give me the news of something happening in your life that isn't the blues. Oh my god, you're such a stick in the mud. Shove that cane up your ass.
I prefer not to.
How do you know you won't like it? Huh? You never try anything.
Miss Hines, no.
You're lucky I need this body. Well, we need this body.
It's at this point she realizes she's walking in the company of other people, and she's like,
see, just let them know you're crazy. It'd be so much easier.
Sorry, I talk out loud when I'm dealing with stress.
Oh, I'm stressed now. love Cordelia. They're so cute. Help. They're so fucked up
no.
cute.
Detective, your arm is bleeding. Let me put some pressure on it.
She just goes beet red. Cordelia? No, not you too.
It's all right. No. I've got something planned for later. You still have the quill, right?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So what we're going to do, and then I think that as you're like dolling up our poor little Dilton, and they're like, what? Did you hear something? You have to convince them to like focus back in on you. What do you do to convince them? As detective, there's some the young one's creeping you out again.
So, fun fact, the detective is paying no attention to any of that because the realization dawns on him that we're about to enter Philomena's office, which is an opportunity he's not had before.
Oh, shit.
So he's distracted.
He's distracted, all right. Anyway. Anyway, what do you do to convince Dilton to focus back in on you as they kind of like, what? Well, sorry,
You
what
might
is going
recall,
on over there?
He tends to be kind of a messy eater, so I think she'll do one of these like to his chin of like, oh, is that just a spot of mustard there? Probably left over from lunch, you silly rascal.
They very embarrassedly pull out their pocket square, and they find you discover that underneath that pocket square is another pocket square that was perfectly folded on top of said pocket square. So they're like, sorry, yeah, thanks. They are like flushed against, I wouldn't say their cheeks, but you can see that there's warmness to it. It's the tips of the ears that give it away. They are like bright red, and they're not looking at your gaze, but they're also not looking at anybody else that might be moving by. Thank gosh.
I think attempting to pitch her voice slightly louder to let the others know that like this is it. Go in the door. Go now. Oh, probably he has like glasses, and there's tape in the center, taping them back together. And oh, did you get a new pair of glasses, darling? Oh, well, they're top notch. You look like the bee's knees.
Where's a pair of glasses when you need them? I have one nearby. Wait. I thought I had them at the desk, but I guess I moved them. There's definitely a like they kind of got broken the other day when sort of slipped and fell again in the office. You know how it is.
Oh, no harm, no foul. I'm always getting into a bit of a tizzy myself, but you always clean up so well, Dilton. You're a fashionable young man.
Oh yeah, thank you, Miss Philomena. You coming in? Do you need any help in the office?
Oh, I'm just here to give my daily report. You know, the paperwork they pile upon us. It gets so cumbersome. But I promise, if I need any help dotting the I's, crossing the T's, I will come and find you.
Oh, yeah. Sounds lovely. And they are far too flustered to function well as an individual at this point. Between the press to the edge of the jaw, which I'm pretty sure is like a zone, right? That has like a lot of nerves. They are more flushed and embarrassed than anything else. You distinctly remember when they broke their glasses on the other day. It was tripping and falling because somebody accidentally leaned forward in a very tight shirt the other day. It's a shame.
I have it in my head that there was also a banana peel.
Yeah, no, totally. It's a whole thing. However, you do manage to get inside Philomena's office safely. I will say that there are a few eyes that catch the edges of you as you're moving through. Philomena is such that she has an office, right? That's a pretty dang big deal when it comes to being a member of the paper. They're very well respected amongst other journalists because they've had a lot of scoops. It's just a fact. However, with that mitigated success, it is not a clean exploration by any means, right? It is the tail ends of somebody bumping into something, or the whisperings of people to their totally not other sides of themselves or their siblings, but in fact, there's some notice, but I think that you manage to, at the very least, assuage concerns as you're moving through with this kind of notebook of, I'm interviewing these people air, right? Like, these people are intentionally here. I think that's part of it. And aside from that, I will add that in this office, as the rest of you enter before Philomena arrives, before you enter in, carved at the very top left corner of the nameplate is the symbol for Candela. It's very small, it's very slight, but you would recognize it. And next to it again, you see a single sprig of thyme made up of several drops, sort of looped together in a band. Sort of, my brain says mustaching, but that's not technically the right word, but mustaching under the end of the Candela symbol to, I say it's not denote, what's the word for it? To denounce?
Denote, thank you. To denote
the circle that you belong to. This isn't your first rodeo together, but you are a fairly new circle, and that mark is fairly fresh underneath. You get a new nameplate. If you change circles, probably. Maybe. You're not sure yet. You've only been called a few times, but a lot of people have come to you from other circles asking for help. You enter the office. What do they see, Philomena?
Ooh, let's see. Several framed photographs of places about town, looking like landmarks, almost like they should belong in some sort of government building and not a reporter's office. A few newspaper clippings as well. Some of her articles, boasting her accomplishments without tooting her own horn, or so she thinks. A typewriter in the center of a big wooden desk, and a couple of notepads, several notepads everywhere. There are assorted other bits and bobs, perhaps the occasional globe, a clock that doesn't appear to be working, and notably on her desk is a... how do I describe this again? Let's see. A beautiful fountain pen sitting next to a big notepad.
How beautiful is the fountain pen?
It's...
I don't know.
rather elegant.
How beautiful is the fountain pen, detective?
Well, if it's been properly looked after, it is a deep cerulean blue with gold lining bands at the top of the cap and at the bottom of the cap. The nib is an equally shiny gold, very extravagantly shaped with a nice round point at the end.
Damn it, Sky. That's great. Continue.
And I would say that there are initials monogrammed, very small, on the lid.
Almost imperceptible. Shouldn't, if one was not a detective. As much as people have harped on you for doing a bad job, you're actually very good at what you do when you are on the case and a little more sober than you'd like to be. That's a very familiar pen.
And
you remember throwing that pen.
On that point, I think that's a very sobering sight. I think his demeanor changes slightly as he notices it and stops.
Mm-hmm. In this office, as Philomena, you enter in. You see, how have people placed themselves? Are you kind of leaning against desks? Are you sitting down? Cordelia, Doctor, what are you doing?
I've commandeered a notepad and I've brought out my own quill. And it's a big green feather with white speckles. And I've brought out one of my arcane texts. And I'm going through and reading about what we potentially have come across and trying to kill the time wisely.
I think that the runes from the previous hand that you remember that you slashed through, you kind of, I think that now that you've seen that, you see remnants, similar writings. You have a book of, your text is older. Much older. Some of the pages are a mix and a mishmash of various different languages. You don't know all of them by any means. Too many to count, after all. Delilah knows a few. And occasionally as you go through, there's a, no, that one's the gibbous moon, silly. You can tell because it's got the wiggle.
Say it again.
Wiggle.
I miss you.
And as you write through, some of these words are in old Faire languages. Very old. And they change depending on the night. Today's is... not full. Not yet. Tomorrow will be full. It's the moments before tonight. And as you're kind of going through your arcane texts, is this the same ink that leaks from your eye?
Yes.
Oh, you do know how to give a person presents, don't you? Oh, lovely. That'll come into play in a very soon. Do you still have the medallion?
Yes,
thingy?
I do. Yeah, it's
awesome.
in my pocket.
Are you keeping it on you, or are you bringing it out along as you kind of are all assembling what you've brought? And Philomena, you've walked into the office.
I'll pull it out because we all have to work together. Even
yeah, she did say we have to.
Yeah, have to be nice. Figure it out. He could figure you out, though.
I mean, maybe we don't need to. This is nice. We're always together now.
True.
And they're not trying to get us to not be together.
True.
I don't know. It's scary. I don't know how you do it. There's so many lights and people. And, I mean, you remember what happened.
Kind of. Kind of yes, kind of no.
I don't remember either much. I was hoping you'd remember more, actually.
Hmm.
I miss Mama.
I do too.
You remember the game she got us to play with like the dots and the lines where we'd draw lines until we made squares?
Yeah. Do you want to
Can we
play that game? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Me. Okay, dot.
Line.
Oh! Yeah, you can be this hand. Line.
Yeah.
Then I'll
Line.
be this hand. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And while you do that, Doctor, was there anything before we have our moment? I feel like it's going to end up being.
She would probably pull up a chair, as walking too much on that leg always makes it ache so heavily. And mixed with the headache that still lingers after the earlier events, she pulls it up, but she takes the handkerchief that she had wrapped around the monocle, and she
do we have to look at that
sets
thing
it
again?
on the desk.
No.
It's covered.
But it's gross.
Don't pay it any mind. Just rest and let me handle this for now.
All right, but you gotta promise to let me handle it when you can't.
I
You
already let you
can't
handle it
run
once today.
Yeah, because you weren't gonna snap the bitch's neck, were you? She was suffering.
I'm a doctor. I can't take someone's life.
Well, good
Not
thing
like
I'm
that.
not. I did this because you fucking couldn't. Didn't I? Just like any time you're in danger and I gotta step up because someone's a fucking coward.
It's not fair.
Do you think I want this? You think I don't want to go walking and running and enjoying the fucking sun?
Even if you had control over my body, you wouldn't be able to do that anyways. Not with this leg.
But I can. I can move with that leg. Because to me, I don't see that thing as a fucking burden. I don't call myself lame. I don't call myself injured. I just am. You think too fucking much. Shut up for once in your life. And the voice goes quiet.
Dr. Jenkins is in noticeably a terrible mood as she sits, her fingers idly tapping on that handkerchief as she waits.
Philomena, you enter the room to find Dr. Jenkins looking quite morose and honestly a combination of thoughtful pissed, I feel like is inaccurate. Just betrayed and hurt. You see Cordelia drawing lines, and is that your notebook? With both hands, and the good detective frozen in place. That's weird.
Well, it's not the Fritz Carlton, but I think it'll do in the meantime. To regroup. Apologies, the accommodations couldn't be more accommodating, as it were. I think she does have to sidestep the detective on her way to her desk chair.
Mm-hmm.
And she just turns and looks at him and just, well, if there's any available room to sit, you're welcome to take it. I usually do.
Where did you get that pen?
Which pen?
There's about 3 to 15, depending on what you define as a pen.
He reaches out and his hand stops just short for a second. There's a moment of hesitation. And he picks up the fountain pen, spins it in his fingers. This one.
Oh, that. I found it in a rather dingy bar. Unseemly. It was quite a stroke of luck. I'd recently lost my pen. I assumed it belonged to no one. It was just left there unattended.
Very specifically, you found it near the fireplace. Almost burnt.
Ooh. I seem to recall I found it near the fireplace. It was practically burnt.
It's like, I really can't do anything right. And he'll, like, just press it against, like, your shoulder until you take it. And then he'll go and sit down.
That was strange. Why did he do that? I win.
You did win. Good job.
Yeah. Again? Or do we need to concentrate?
I think we need to concentrate. You know, maybe we should tell the good doctor she should try playing dots and lines sometime. Maybe that'll...
I don't know. I think that they're not as friends as we're friends. In fact, I think they might actually really, really not like each other.
Maybe it's just a misunderstanding.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if they're sisters like we are.
Oh.
Maybe they don't have, like, the thing that we've got.
Okay, concentrate.
Yeah. Yes, concentrate.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you guys. I found a medallion in a pocket of the lady that had the hand that ran away.
Medallion?
Yeah, it's here. Take a look.
I'll take it and look it over.
How many years have you been with Candela at this point? Or how long, do you think?
Ooh. Considering circumstances? Probably about 10 years.
Okay. You recognize this symbol. I won't make you roll analyze unless you really want to have, like, all the information. Would you like all the information, or would you like some information?
I want all the information.
Give it to me. I play wizards.
All right, so this one. Now, when I have like the gilded dice, do I just roll that every time when I roll focus? Then
So every time you roll focus, if you have, it'll be the number of dots, but one of those dice will be gilded.
All right. That is a 2 on the gilded and a 5 on the regular one.
All right, mitigated success. You've definitely recognized this symbol. I'm just making sure that I am reading out things right. As you rack your brain for where you've seen it before, who you've seen have it, you know for a fact that Cordelia got this off the individual with the gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And with that sort of connection, it really hits you that this person is a member of the Red Hand. So the Red Hand are an organization that deal in the curation of magical artifacts. Which, to a D&D player, whoa, magical artifacts. To a Candela player, artifacts are the only way to wield magic in this world safely. Oh, safely is a debatable word, actually. Especially given what's happened to some of you.
Her other hand, as she's holding this medallion, her other fingers are tapping on that handkerchief with the monocle inside. Cordelia, are you familiar with this medallion? What the symbol means?
Is it like a high five? I don't think it's like a high five. I'm not familiar with it, but I've got her gloves too.
You just see Dr. Jenkins, her face kind of like, I'm gonna check those out with a stethoscope in just a moment. It's like her internal dialogue other than the other voice. This belongs to someone who is a member of the Red Hand. They are responsible for curating magical artifacts. And I believe that this monocle here is perhaps one of their pieces, or... And you just see her, like, fish out that stethoscope, and she's just gonna put it towards the red gloves.
Mm-hmm. I believe that for Cordelia, you've heard of the Red Hand only because Mapleblade has cursed the Red Hand out. And Mapleblade isn't the type to curse anyone out, but they do it because there's a person called Corsen who has another curiosities and curios shop that is a operative place where they do an in-between for magical artifacts.
Okay, got you. You know what? Actually, the Red Hand can go flock themselves. And,
oh, nice.
These gloves are going to be tokens and a gift to Mapleblade. So, yeah.
Can you hold your hands still for just a moment? She places the end of the stethoscope.
Getting your nails did by science. I love that. You put your the bleed detector. Oh yeah. Sort of. It's interesting, the type of magic that you give off. I would say that it is magic we're talking about. So I think that this would be either a focus or a sense for you. What would you like to roll?
For me?
Yeah, you.
All right. Focus.
I just got my nails did. Becky, help. Feel it. I just shaved.
That's a 4 on the gilded dice and a 1 on the regular one.
All right. I'm guessing you're taking the gilded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, mitigated success. They're a magical artifact, all right? Kind of. They seem... I would say that even Delilah would have noticed this because Delilah's your bleed detector. They're less potent than before,
potentially because the hands that were using them ran off. Scurried?
Mm-hmm.
Crawled? Crawled. But these seem to be... They give off the essence of something that is seeking, right? Even now, I think that your hands with the gloves, like, want to reach for in directions. You're going kind of like, ooh, and you kind of reach for your arcane text in particular. You feel this urge. I would say that, like, from this, I don't know if Cordelia would gather this, but they definitely feel like they're seeking out objects that have a magical property to them.
Do you guys think we need to put the monocle back together?
Philomena would produce the bleed containment vial and just go, I managed to rescue the other pieces. If that would help.
I don't think that it's a good idea to put this back together. I might have glanced it and it caused a rather awful feeling and a headache. You were the one who looked at it, so I don't want... I without even hearing your words, I can hear you. But I think that it's quite dangerous for just anyone to look through.
Well, could we put it back together without looking at it?
Why not? That's so good.
I think in this moment, we need to look at the bigger picture. I don't have a monocle or gloves to present, but I do have information, because a lot of those faces, those corpses, those once were higher ups of society, now reduced to, well, less so, shall we say. Some of these people went missing officially.
The ones in the paintings? Was the person hanging out of the painting was the one that had gone missing?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Does anyone familiar with the artist that was being exhibited?
I don't really follow the arts. Don't have time for that.
It doesn't surprise me he doesn't have time for the arts. Do you think that guy even knows how to sing?
I think all he does is drink, honestly, Delilah.
I think all he does is frown.
As he frowns and takes a sip from his hip flask.
Could I add, hearing the word picture, big picture, there is probably a crammed into a corner of this office, like a small photo development lab with the instantaneous technology.
It's behind a
paper.
It's behind this really big curtain, and it's just like, behold, this photo development station I prepared earlier.
Whipping the curtain back. Carry on. I intend to develop these crime scene these photos to help with the big picture stuff.
Shouldn't we clean up and get back to Maple? Shouldn't we get back to the shop? How do we know where to go from here?
Very quickly, I will say that for the development of the photos, I will need a control. You did manage to roll decently last time, so should anyone want to assist you, I would say that for a private task like this, like, you can use your own drives, but I almost want to say that the others shouldn't help you because they are part of what's going on. But because you rolled so well and that people were moving around the area, I'll allow it. Does anybody want to help?
I do not have any nerve drives to give.
Neither do I.
I don't have nerve.
I have one.
And this is why...
Wait, I don't
You do.
have cutting. I own a nerve. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to help you, though.
You like to prepare tea. I think that's the extent of what Philomena might know about you.
And
it's a process.
yeah.
The smell's familiar.
The
Mhm.
chemicals, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Take a piece of my nerve.
Seriously, you gotta fix my life, you little shit. Ooh, okay. I have 1 6 and
Ooh.
1 3.
Ooh, we like those. I think, though, what happens, and I think this will illustrate it honestly quite well. As you're developing the liquid, you don't mean to do it, Cordelia, but your eye drips a little bit. And as the bleed kind of leaks from your eye and hits the development fluid, as you're trying to help, you are, and Delilah wants to help too because they've never seen a photo be developed, neither of you have, so this is super exciting, and they just want to be a part of it so much so that you kind of leak into the fluid just a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Two eyes are better than one.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that.
Does it ruin the photo?
No.
Okay.
Makes it better.
Ooh.
We are in an era where color photography does not exist yet. There is no sign of pigments or shades of color at all. And I need to pause for a second because this is too happy music for what I'm about to start talking about. Slowly flows the bleed from your eyes, and much like blood pigments water, so does this. You've never taken a photo in color, and you still haven't. There are many pictures here. A lot of faces missing their eye. Wait. What color is it? As you see an eye reform over one of the corpses. In the socket where it's missing. What color is it?
I don't think there's a way for her to put into words the effect of what she's just seeing, but as the photo develops, she is going to point that out to Cordelia.
Cordelia. Delilah. See, I told you I could help. And it seeps through more photos. You can't peg the color that is in that eye. It keeps shifting, and you watch as the eye, as it bleeds down, it almost recreates the injury. It's so saturated. It's so colorful, and that bleed moves and shifts from one eyeball to another face, and oh, this isn't the right one. This isn't right. This isn't right. The next face. Oh, this isn't right. This isn't the right one. Is it? And you feel the bleed your bleed seep further into the fluid. It's a lot. There's a lot. There's a ow. Cordelia, ow. Help.
Oh. No.
Ow. It hurts.
Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
Don't look.
Don't look. Don't look.
It hurts.
Don't look.
It
Don't
hurts.
look. Don't look. Don't look.
But it needs to. It needs to.
Turn
Cordelia, it needs to.
Turn me around. Turn me around. Turn me around.
Does anybody help?
Turn me around. Turn me around. Turn me around. Turn me around.
At that, Dr. Jenkins is gonna
Turn me around.
rush over.
Turn me around. Turn me around. Turn me
Is it-
around.
Cordelia, it's okay. I have you. I have you. It's okay, honey. It's okay.
Cordelia's
Hurt
eye.
us.
It hurts. It hurts. It's not the right. It's not the right one. It's not the right one. It's looking. It wants it back. It hurts. It hurts.
No. No.
Cordelia, honey,
No.
what's wrong? Is it your eye?
My other eye.
Is it acting up again?
Our other eye. It's our other eye.
Your eye?
I need to resist.
Okay, roll me a sense with your resistance inter. This isn't how resistance is used, so it would be if you fail, you can re-roll resistance, so you don't need to spend it here. So please roll me a survey to fight this, and you can roll resistance should you wish.
Okay. I'm going to spend 2 intuition.
Oh, yep.
So you good.
Does anybody else wish to assist as Cordelia is, and Dr. Jenkins, you're the closest person here. Her eye color is slowly fading to match her other eye.
Ooh. All right, so what would I need to use to help her?
If you want to help out, if you have any intuition drives, if anybody has any
yes, I
intuition
do.
drives.
I'll spend one.
I will give her one of my drives for intuition.
How many can
Okay,
we
and
give?
You
One
can
each.
each give one if you'd like.
Okay, I'll give one.
All right,
That
now,
is-
how are you doing this? Are you all coming in to give, help Cordelia out?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I imagine that, after I hugged her, I'm kind of, holding her, maybe reaching up to hold her cheeks, it's okay, honey. Focus. Focus.
All right. And the other two?
Flipping the photo so it's face down, she will actually pull out her bleed detector, which I'm imagining as a portable dictaphone.
Hey, nice.
And she will try and detect anything, in the photo.
This thing is literally covered in blade. All of the photos are covered in blade. Cordelia's blade.
I think the detective will show an uncharacteristic change of demeanor and almost go into a protective parental mode as he will step round the other side of Cordelia and just wrap his arms around both the doctor and Cordelia and hold them in tight to try and ground them.
All right, let's see what that roll is.
Okay. So we're doing survey. I think
You're
that
doing-
would
No, we're doing sense.
no sense. Okay, so that's 1 gilded and 4. So that's 5 dice total.
5 dice total.
We've got 4 2s and 1 5.
And with that, you take a single mark in bleed instead.
Mm-hmm.
And you manage to... The voice is so much quieter now of your sister. She's still there. Just, Cordelia, I'm sorry. I just wanted to help.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. It's me. I did it. It was my fault again. I'm okay. I think. But I don't know what that thing is. But it's every color I've ever seen. It's the colors I don't know. And I don't know what that painter guy or person, I don't know who painted that thing, but they're really messing with things they shouldn't. It hurts. They've hurt so many people by accident. They don't even know.
The artists, they don't know that they're hurting people. They don't know that they're hurting people, and they're hurting my sister. They're hurting a lot of people.
It's just looking for its eye. It just wants it back. I don't know why.
Wait, no, Delilah, that's good. And she's talking out loud to everybody. That's good. That gives us information. It's looking for its eye. It wants its eye back. We need to find an eye. It's okay. You did good. We'll figure it out. Look, they're all here. They've got you, Delilah. It's okay.
And you feel the phantom feeling of something on your hand. Not quite there, but it's so weak. It's so weak.
Cordelia, we have you. And we are going to help you and make everything better, I promise. I don't promise a lot of things, you know that, but we'll get to the bottom of this. Don't you worry. You and your sister will be okay.
I think
All right, honey?
I look up towards Philomena with a different kind of frown than usual, a more serious one.
Yep.
You're a journalist. You gotta know the name of the person who made these paintings.
Is that something I would know?
I mean, everyone's been talking about it. William Wicker, finally making an appearance. The famous Impressionist. Their new talent, I will say that I might request I want to say that a focus roll here, because remembering things would be the best, please.
It's a 2.
All right. You know the following information because everyone at the paper knows the following information, even you. Even if it's not your division. William Wicker is an Impressionist painter. New talent. Recently sponsored. You're not sure by who, but they've been rising in popularity, like very suddenly. Because, and the tagline under the article always reads, for their evocative and highly empathetic pieces. Anyone who kind of looks at it isn't quite sure what they're seeing, but just knows that it's beautiful, saturated color. And not realistic, no, that's the wrong word, but captures the essence. That is the extent you'll get as for what's known, though. You don't know where they are. They don't know anything like that. You just know that they're a recluse, if max.
I think relaying all of this information in a very calm, grounded manner, as though she were repeating the daily report from her boss back verbatim, and then she would add, I mean, he was the talk of the town for some time, but if we're looking for a thing, looking for its eye, I wonder if some sort of his success might be attributed to some sort of odd bargain, perhaps.
He uses too many colors. Too many colors. Colors unknown. He uses all of the colors.
Well, the Red Hand is involved in this somewhat, somehow. It wouldn't be out of the realm of belief that he got his hands on something through them, whether it be the monocle or...
Doctor, and for those, has anybody been with Candela for more than 3 years?
Too young.
Too young.
Say-
You're a wee lass.
I'd say yes, but not much longer.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I'd give the same answer.
Okay. So I'll let you know this, that for Philomena and Detective Petrichor, you both have heard of it. You've never been on a case with them because your skills aren't really, like, you're decent at, like, oh yes, an artifact, of course. But the study of antiques isn't exactly your area. But for you, Doctor, I would like to have... My brain says a saint's roll, but I know for a fact it's a read roll. So could you please roll me a read roll?
All right.
And I'm gonna very quickly pop to the bathroom.
You do that. I am going to use some drag.
Okay, now she's gone.
Burn it. Right.
Yep.
Oh my god, Scarlett's the coolest!
How does soaking
Scarlett's the
stuff
best.
work?
How does the what, sorry?
Soaking? So I have something that says I can soak one bleed.
Oh, I would imagine soaking like you're sucking it up, right? Like,
Like a sponge.
Oh.
Okay, firstly, how do? And secondly, so to soak basically is you use it, I would say, similar to a reaction to, or which exactly ability is it?
It's one of my gear.
Yeah.
So it's a ward.
Okay. So basically, I feel like with a ward you can prepare it or you can have prepared it. So feel free to use it in retrospect if you'd like. But essentially the way it works is that I see them as one-time uses.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use that gear to essentially absorb the effects of a mark of bleed.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't... you're not quite there yet, but should you wish...
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Right. So I was able to roll a gilded dice, regular dice, and I used one of my drives for cunning.
Okay.
On the cunning, I got a 4. On the normal dice, I got a 3. And on the gilded die, I got a 6.
Hey! Lovely. As you try to put the pieces together, you think about how what the Red Hand does. They're gatherers of magical artifacts. And gosh, wouldn't it be amazing to find someone who produces magical artifacts? They just can. The paintings are quite famous. They're very popular. They're almost too enticing. Even when you were there, I think, luckily or unluckily, you were distracted by the number of bodies, right? So you didn't, and moreover, the paintings weren't technically complete. Not that you know that. But my goodness, imagine the power and capability of being able to just have someone in your back pocket who can produce works that are inherently of the flair.
Thinking back to being there, because she did briefly look at the paintings, and with the description that was given earlier regarding kind of who this artist was, Philomena, do you know whether or not he did just mainly landscapes like many of the things we saw, or portraits? Did it have that in any of your notes on his primary focus?
I'd say that given that you guys got close to some of the paintings, some of them were labeled The Man and the Dog. Mother and child with flowers. I'll give you that. It was weird without anything there, for sure.
Seems odd. I mean, it certainly came across as very eccentric, but if the Red Hand is involved in all of this, well, something's missing. People are missing from the paintings. It's a theory. I can't be sure, but if they are supposed to be there and they're not, then where are they? I think this artist has more to him than we thought.
I would have to agree with that. She is going to look pointedly at the bleed container vial and the handkerchief containing the pieces of the monocle.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if... Well, it would seem... If we were to examine the pictures again, just us, of course. And if the monocle were put back together again, if it may discern further detail about the pictures themselves, perhaps make it not quite so overwhelming.
Okay. How are you going to reconstitute the monocle?
Ooh.
Here's something I prepared earlier.
So can I make a case, because survey is her strong suit, that, I mean, this is an office type environment, so I'm going to assume there's some sort of office supplies like glue and things like that.
I don't know why, but I picture like the glue bottle being like it's a pot because this is the era of that sort of thing.
One of those old school glass bottles with like it's not even a squeezer. It's like you unscrew it, you drip glue off of it. It's the kind of it's drugs, but
Drugs.
you can
It's technically drugs.
Drugs. Yes, so I'm assuming there's that kind of old-fashioned bottle of glue that she would attempt to glue together, and then hopefully
think
we can
that's
survey.
If you're willing to use this as a piece of your gear, then I will allow you to add a die to the roll.
What is that?
So you have, you know how you have a certain number of gear, you've used a bleed detector, and you've used a camera.
Yes.
You have one more slot.
Well,
I will give you a bonus.
press credentials too, so I thought.
Oh,
I was
you
already maxed
have.
out
So
on
you are maxed out. Does anybody still have gear to use?
I have laboratory equipment that I could take.
Okay, I think that's also a fair use of lab equipment, honestly. If you would like to invent a type of glue out of glue to make it be a little bit more seamless.
Yeah.
Magic glue.
Then you would see
Okay, yeah.
Dr. Jenkins kind of be like, "Oh, let's see. Can I use some space on your desk?"
Of course. Randomly clears away a bunch of notepads. They clatter to the floor.
I don't have a lot of my equipment on me, but... And she begins pulling out, like, several strange-looking vials and a little thing that heats them up, and the little tubes that kind of connect. And she'll start she'll turn on the Bunsen burner. She just carries around with her.
Here's a flammable object I prepared earlier. Given that you're next to the photo development station...
It's just far enough. And this... Remember, she's a traveling doctor, so she has just all the stuff. She's used to this.
Yep. Yep.
All right, you have the other pieces of the monocle, correct?
Yes, I've got them right here. Produces the bleed vial container.
And just very carefully with, like, little,
Control. I need a control check.
Okay, from me.
From you. If anybody wants to give you drive, they can. What's going on, detective?
I want to pop my head out of the door and look down either side of the corridor. Just to scope things out.
Just having a general check? Why would you be so suspicious?
I don't know. Why would I, Scarlet? Why would I?
I do like when they're nervous. Roll me a survey.
All right.
Wait, me roll the survey?
No, I'm going to ask the detective to roll the survey.
Oh, okay.
You are helping with the controls. So, do you have any drives and nerve that you'd like to provide? And if not...
I do. I will provide my one and only drive to the good doctor.
Is it your last one?
My last one in nerve. It's 1 out of 1, but yeah.
That's good. All right.
All right.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
A
Poorly.
3 on the normal one, and the 1 on the drive.
Lovely.
You get that
Consequences
drive
will
back.
come soon.
You get that drive back.
You do get that drive back.
Yeah. With
Is that
well-read...
both of us?
1 second.
Okay.
So you get the drive back. You could receive the drive that you just spent back. So you have a drive and nerve. Yep. Yes.
So there's the in this together where I can earn back 1 drive point of my choice. Well-read only works if I'm spending intuition, correct? Myself. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, intuition. Duh. So I
Okay.
answered that for myself.
As for the survey.
Critical success.
Oh, I do love when this happens. So, when we have a critical success, not only do you succeed, you get a little bit extra. So I don't think it's too difficult to hear the slight sound of bells nearby. And as you kind of lean through and listen, and you see like just a general reaction, and I mean, Cordelia was very upset before. A lot of eyes are on this place, and you meet the gaze of a certain pocket-squared individual. And a notepad and a report as they kind of are going up to you. And, hey, are you someone Miss Philomena's interviewing?
Yes.
Okay. I was actually coming to get them. We've just gotten some information from one of our insides at the periphery.
They're a little preoccupied at the moment, but I can take a message.
Well, they kind of look at you. You don't work here. So would you be willing to sway?
I will sway away.
They kind of look inside. They try to catch a look inside. Are you blocking the door?
Yes, I'm fully blocking the door. I'm going to, I have no points in sway, so I'm going to spend 3 drive.
Go for it.
To make this at least potentially doable. 1 and a 5.
1 and a 5? Okay. So, mitigated success. I'd rather really give it to her myself, but I can just the clipboard, pass through the clipboard. Also, they're on their way after I told them that she was the head on the case for the article, because they were asking why there was press already at the door. Apparently they saw her with a tag.
That's right, yeah. It's all part of the plan. Don't you worry. You're...
Okay.
I like that pocket protector there. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh. Thanks. Sir, what's your name?
Detective Petrichor. I'm a little bit of a what would you call me? I like lean in and like so in journalism they get like secret sauces, like that kind of thing. It's all hush hush.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like that. So.
Oh, are you investigating for Miss Philomena?
So maybe if we keep things on a little down low, maybe I can be your sauce in future.
Oh, okay. You mean a source, as in like a person we get information from, or like? Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be cool. Thanks.
Cool. All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, yeah.
We'll talk.
Yeah, no, just let
I shut the door.
Miss Philomena know that they should be about 5 minutes. Okay.
I turn around to go, we've got 5 minutes. The jig is up. Patricia,
Do you have
the jig is up.
an escape route? Do you have a fire escape?
I'd allow it.
Yes.
I'd allow it with some move trolls.
Name usage.
So, not to bring up my failure earlier, but I rolled a 3 and a 1 on that control.
I know.
I mean, consequence of that.
Now this had a nerve, right? This had a drive in it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so we don't take the 1, but it is a failure. So, explain to me why, instead of repairing the monocle, you shatter it more.
I'm guessing it's hard to work on this because I'm trying to avoid looking at it too much.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some reeling back.
You can't avoid looking at something you're trying to fix. So how does it feel when she looks at it?
It's so strange. Unlike when Cordelia was just so overwhelmed and it was every color and it was everything. It's like, it was everything. This is nothing. And looking through this monocle and what you can see as you try to look at it feels like looking at nothing, to the point where you would be feeling like you were in a void, sucked in. Every moment, every sound, every piece, it's just your own head over and over and over and over and over again. And it's only that spot. It's blindingly dark and cold. And I just want to see again. I just want to see again. I just want to... Oh. Dark man. Why the... Look. I'm sorry. I can't. How do you not feel that? How do you not feel something so empty?
Her hand begins to shake as she's holding the glass, and her grip, that unnaturally strong grip, tightens and tightens until the glass breaks underneath it.
And with that, you take an additional mark in body. Is that 3 yet?
Nope. Because Dr. Jenkins has only taken 1 so far. This is the first mark in body. So body and then 1 in bleed.
Lovely. Okay. Gotta work harder. But as it snaps in your hands and you feel it snap, it's kind of almost embedded. The glass is there, and you struggle to look at your hand. Every time you kind of do, like, there's a visceral, like, almost a retch in body form as you move your hand to the side, and you almost hit the nearest person trying to avoid it. Cordelia, you feel yourself back off, but you also feel really weird around this monocle as well. Like, it's giving off bad vibes, and you already feel bad, so I think you're avoiding it for the most part. Would that be accurate?
Is it bad vibes as in it's worse the more broken it is, or is it better the more broken it is?
For you specifically, it feels better. Like the way that shadow feels like in dappled light. It's momentary as opposed to intense. When it was solidified and in more concentrated pieces, it wasn't as bad. But even now, like, Delilah is still, like, very quiet in your head, and she doesn't like it for sure.
We won't fix it. We won't fix it. We won't fix it. We won't fix it. But we gotta go.
Good.
We gotta go. They're coming.
We can't leave this here. And she's still, like, holding her arm out from her, and the glass is embedded in her fingertips, blood dripping down her hands, and still
staining the other side of the coat.
Oh yeah, she is covered, and like she had been holding it. She hadn't put it back on. I put it back on, but she hadn't. And so, as it drips down her arm,
Mm-hmm.
Wilhelmino,
Okay.
grab the handkerchief. Don't look at the glass. Just scoop up what you can, and we need to go.
She will gather the pieces that she can, and then just... What about the ones in your hand?
They'll stay in my hand for now.
Wait, the gloves. Maybe I can take it. I won't look at it. Put it in my hands. I've got the gloves of the... Let me...
Okay.
Are you wearing the gloves right now?
Yeah, I've been wearing them.
I think waiting
I
until
definitely
all the
reach
pieces
for
are
it.
in the bleed container first, and then handing that over.
Except the ones embedded in
Yeah.
Dr. Jenkins' hand.
You could always give Dr. Jenkins one of the gloves if you'd like.
Yes. Sharing is good. We like Dr. Jenkins. Okay. Yes. Here's a glove, and she's gonna wiggle one off and then wiggle it onto your hand.
All right.
Cordelia.
Yeah.
Were your hands always this red?
Nope.
Nope. It's not a heavy amount by any means. Not at all. But it's itchy. Just a little bit.
Okay.
I did the same thing. It's like, oh gosh, a mosquito bite. It's no. All right. I will say that with that glove on, it will cause slightly less damage the longer you have it in, shall we say. As you are running out, where are you headed, dears?
Oh, out the way we came? Filming the first...
Fires? Oh, God.
The fire escape.
Oh.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
Flock of feathers.
I think
Opening the window.
as we prepare to leave, Archie will grab one of the nearby chairs and wedge it under the door handle, the main door to the office.
Oh, very nicely done. Yeah, nice.
Needed because Dr. Jenkins has one working hand and uses a cane.
Yes?
Dr. Jenkins. Okay, I know, okay. With my itchy hand, I'm gonna take out my quill and start, preparing a ritual on you, to do Circle of Protection, and I'm gonna take, bleed mark.
Is that maxed?
This is my second bleed mark.
Okay.
And basically it'll soak one body mark from you. I think if anything happens, so...
If anything happens. So if you were to take another body, you would be able to soak it because of the... Which is honestly pretty wise, given what's about to happen. Guys, we're in a runaway situation. The miraculously appeared fire escape. So we're going out quickly. What are we bringing with us? Is there anything we're leaving behind? Very specifically. And
Photos.
yeah, that's why I'm asking. And last but not least, do you take the pen?
Of course I take the pen.
I thought so.
Grab the little medallion piece that I'd made.
Yep. Okay.
Could I elect to leave the press credentials behind and bring the photos?
I'll allow that. You can no longer use those press credentials. Anything that I suppose you're bringing the rest of the monocle.
Yes, I already have the bleed containment vial selected, so that would be part of the package.
Oh, I was referring to Bree's hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yes, that's coming in. I think I would have gathered all my lab equipment as well in this mad rush.
All right.
Putting things in.
In this mad rush, I will say that you drop a certain shiny out of your pocket that a little magpie, Ms. Hines, picked up one day.
The locket slips out of the coat pocket since it's being held like around my arm rather than me wearing it. So yeah, the locket falls out, bouncing, and opens up, revealing a portrait of a man.
What does the man look like, Philomena?
He's blonde with slicked back hair, sort of a scraggly beard, a winning smile, all straight white teeth, very clean cut and stereotypical of the time.
I think you'd recognize this anywhere as people are rushing. I think you're one of the last to leave, especially because photos. And in the combination of stuff, as you pick up stuff, you see the doctor gets helped out first, probably by Cordelia, who is currently being, I think, their main assistant by the sounds of things right now. Is that accurate? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. As you two make it out the fire escape that falls out, and you recognize that, and I think you are the last one in the office, and perhaps, given your nature, detective, you turn. It's a familiar look on that face.
Let's get out of here.
Can she pick up the locket?
You okay? You pick up the locket. Do you take the clipboard you were given, detective?
Yeah, I would have still had it in my hand.
Okay. In that case, we rush. Now, it's tense. Everything from this point is a bit risky. I'm not going to deny that. I need you guys to, as you're moving, some of you I think will straight up be doing this partially with the equivalent of disadvantage. Like I honestly think that you doctors should be removing a die from whatever pool you have for move. And if that is negative, then unfortunately we stick in negative. And no drives will be able to assist you, even if people are helping.
Yeah. No drives, and I have nothing in move.
Lovely. You are moving rapidly down this. There's a hey. Miss Philomena? Miss Philomena, the periphery here to talk about the case you're working on? As you were already out the window, I'm guessing. Window shut.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dill. No, tell him I'll be back there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, just heading out to buy another pack of cigarettes.
They said it was urgent, and then there's a. Is this the door? Deeper, gruffer, feminine voice. Yep. I mean, Miss Philomena said she'll be just right out. I'm sure we can. We don't really have time. There have been deaths. And there's a distinct kadoosh as you hear this, as you are moving down this fire escape. It is difficult. Can I please have move rolls from everyone?
Okay, so am I just rolling the disadvantage?
Rolling with disadvantage. Yep.
Okay.
2.
2. I got a 6 and a 2.
Gonna spend a drive, the one and only drive. 2.
I can't help the doctor, but can I help the detective?
You can.
Detective,
2 twos.
use another dice.
Much appreciated. 1.
I rolled a 6 and a 5 on the gilded.
Filipina, somehow you are the only one that sees it. Perhaps it's because every single person before you, as they are rushing down this fire escape, this poor rusty thing. This building's been around a while. Too long. And my goodness, the budget gets cut for maintenance so often. The last stair. The last ladder. Friends. As you find yourself hearing the as there is a and you hear a bolt snap under all of your weight. As the doctor is ahead of you, Philomena, I think you, they slip out of your hands completely. And you watch as they tumble forward, hitting, sorry, not Philomena, Cordelia. And you watch as the doctor tumbles into both Philomena and the detective off the side. Now, luckily, I rolled for the number of flights of stairs you had to go. It was a 1. So you only take 1 mark in body. As you crash and fall off, and there's a distinct crunch. And Cordelia, you reach, and they slip out of your fingers, and you watch this horrible, crumpled pile of adults in front of you just hit stone.
That puts me at three body.
And you're knocked out of the scene, but we'll have you deal with that in a second. Doctor, be very grateful.
We hit, and I just see a flash of white light just from the sheer pain of the impact, and I probably fall right on the bad leg. And taking a moment to kind of reorient myself into what's going on, I look around. So I already know how the detective looks. Philomena, how do you look?
Since she essentially cushioned your fall just a tiny bit, even though that didn't really mitigate the damage, she probably got a face full of pavement. I imagine nose bleeding, probably maybe like a light split above the eyebrow, and she has the wind knocked out of her, so it's hard for her to answer, but she gets her breath back and wheezes. Yes.
All right, after assessing that, she immediately is going to move to the detective, and she is going to attempt a resuscitation.
I love it.
So,
now, before you do...
Yes.
Cordelia, I believe you inscribed something on our dear doctor.
I did.
Oh, yes.
You don't take a body.
You don't. In fact, as you hit that pavement, that blinding white was various quill markings. Describe, how does this circle protect your friend? Your friends?
I think knowing where her weakness is one of many, unfortunately, for the doctor. The runes kind of just flutter down a bit. It doesn't fully protect the leg, but it protects the hip. Because you can move with an injured leg, but if you hurt the hip, it's much more
Mhm.
difficult. So
Mhm.
I think it just cushions her in ink and dissipates.
Mm. Love it. You... That blinding white. You were that kid more than you know.
I do. And for now, thanks, let her resuscitation now. And she is going to look over the detective, and I need to make a focus roll. Can I make this with my gilded?
You may. You roll with the gilded every time. Drive, how are you helping?
She's going to, any way she can, really. It can't end like this. If she has to prop him up, if she has to stop the bleeding, she has to do bandages, she's going to do it.
You reach into his pockets, his stuff, just to see if you can find anything to help tourniquet what I'm imagining is a very twisted leg. Very twisted. Wrong way. Oh, that's not where the bone's supposed to be. Not quite. That's a bit pokey outy, in fact. Not the inner stuff and the outer stuff. I'm only supposed to do that with my feelings. As you kind of pat down, you look at the doctor's coat for a second. No, it's too big. You kind of pat them down, and then you reach into their satchel, and inside you find a length of ribbon. And you're like, this is perfect, and you bind alongside.
6 on the gilded.
Lovely. Welcome back, Drive. And with a 6, what happens to our dear detective?
Do you want me to describe it, or do you want the detective to describe it?
Up to you.
Detective, how does it feel to come back?
I think the first thing, as he immediately regains consciousness, is the sheer amount of pain. So he lets out a scream and then tries to stifle it, remembering what's going on and where he is. Just without speaking, just kind of looks at the doctor and double thumbs.
Huge sigh of relief. You will still take a scar, by the way.
Yeah, you will.
I will. And then he looks down at his leg.
Philomena, help me help him up. And then she'll look up and see Cordelia still up there. Did we get her down?
I imagine each supporting the detective under one arm, we just kind of all unilaterally turn so that everyone can turn toward the situation, and just probably still wiping dried blood away from her face from the broken nose, but I've cushioned one fall today. If I must do so again, I shall.
I think we can help, Delilah. I'm gonna the strap to my book, carry my books. She'll take off the strap and then toss down the book part of the bag, and then kind of loop it around the bottom, whatever, and dangle herself as far as she can so the drop isn't as big.
Okay. Very good. So I think that between that, it'll be, I want to say a read, because you're trying to figure out the best place to land and the best way to catch them. Okay. So this is almost it's a combination of calculation, intuition.
Okay.
Can I give a drive for that? And how I would flavor that is, I am directing her where exactly, I'm helping do that math for her.
Of course.
Okay.
If you would like to add an additional die to that roll, though I think you were very happy with what happened, so...
I was, but I'll do it anyway. Okay, they were both 6s, so...
That's a critical success. Very nice. So, between the efforts of the doctor and I think at one point, not your voice comes out as well, just briefly. Cordelia, you dangle and you manage to drop in a relatively soft space. You kind of use the side of the building as sort of something to slide down instead, as opposed to just donk onto the floor, right? And I think that combination of things means that you take no injury at all.
Okay.
However, the one with the injury around their leg is a very, very familiar ribbon.
Okay. We'll get it back. Why does he have it? Why?
I mean, it's helping.
Why?
I mean, he looks like he needs all the help he can get.
Fine.
It's also really dirty. Like, it looks like it hasn't been cleaned ever since it went missing. And you look at it and it's like brown and bloody. The only reason you recognize it is because it's such a distinct burnt orange color with black lacing.
It was so pretty.
I want to imagine that you actually say that out loud at his leg with no context. I love that so much. All right. So, friends, with a very pained detective, you have no idea what's going on. You know that you are on the run from the periphery right now. Where are you headed?
Well,
I think getting
I was
transportation like
originally going to suggest going back to checking out the artwork, but maybe not the best thing now.
Maybe back to Mapleblade.
Like,
Where? We need to find out where that hand went. Perhaps. Maybe it would lead us to where we need to be.
I will briefly mention that there was a very convenient clipboard that was passed in your direction.
True. Come on, detective.
Not that you... I will say that the board itself is probably snapped, even though the papers are not too damaged.
And this is the point where
So
he
you have, like-
realizes it's in his hand because he's
Yep.
been distracted by a lot of pain and sudden shifting gravity that he experienced not but moments ago.
But it was so satisfying to have you plunge.
Yes. And I will briefly read through whatever is on there.
William Wicker's address. If you hurry, you might even be able to catch the last train out.
I'll throw the clipboard to Philomena. See, I would have made a better journalist than you any day.
The goal.
Talk to me. We'll compare notes sometime by looking at the papers. I think she'll address Dr. Jenkins and just, well, we could take the train, but, his leg, can you set it and forget it?
Well, I mean, it's going to be quite awful to walk on, but... Detective, how are you feeling?
How are you feeling?
I'm from South Soppet. We kind of live and breathe awful, so do what you need to do. Let's get this shit done.
You will have a negative die in move for very obvious reasons, and since you took a scar, I believe you move one of your stats around. So I think it's fair to say that you'd move a move, for lack of a better word,
100%.
into something else that is appropriate to this character progression.
I want to max out my focus, so I'm going to do that.
Okay. So, in that case, we're going to not fully expede, because we can't move very quickly. Do you I believe that you, Philomena breaks out their now famous whistle to hail a cab. Because, especially the state everyone's in, I don't think y'all are walking. Just a guess.
Nope.
There is something about the way that everything feels, and for you especially, Doctor, the feeling of that glass in your fingertips. You still jerk a little bit, but it's softened, it's dampened, it's contained a little bit. It's going to take a bit to remove it. You actually might need to get someone else to remove it, given how much Ms. Hines jerks away in reaction to it, right? And I think that, like, as you do, there is in the carriage especially, there is, you have this little dossier on William Wicker, essentially like mid-30s, struggling artist, supposedly, is at least with this like struggling ? Artist, like well known only in the last 7 years or so. They have just this weird eccentricity to them, as like artists tend to. They have this one image that you have, this one photograph, which honestly looks like it's of a different person from what the dossier describes. The little like profile has like this image of a very happy, like joyful student at some sort of college, where with a canvas and like a splash of paint on the side of their face, up the side, and like almost like accidentally smeared over the temple near the eyes, the right eyes. And they don't seem the same. You read the description of a gaunt, like quiet individual who is quite famous with very particular people, again, quite entranced with their work. And with their wealth and their growing popularity, they built themselves and had specially commissioned a house of stained glass, of every color of stained glass they could get their hands on, with iron bars that sort of make the framework of this strange domed, almost igloo-y looking domicile. Large roofs, supposedly. The thing that makes note of it is like a strange stained glass was an article when it was done. But the land itself was away from things. Quite away from things, actually. It also seemed to, the one sort of blurred image that you have in there, black and white, so no color, you can't see it, is that there appears to be some sort of long object protruding from one of the roof sections? Sections, maybe? It's hard to tell. Especially because it's taken from probably the closest station. You take a moment to move, to rest. I think you might stop, honestly. You realize you haven't eaten all day, as the cantina at the station is closing up and sees your poor asses, and it's like, guys want some of the sandwiches? I'm gonna throw them out.
Much obliged.
Okay, All right. Last train's very soon. You better hurry. As this older woman kind of nods along, looks at the leg, looks at the people supporting. Shouldn't you be going to a hospital or something?
Oh, it's okay. I'm a doctor, and we just need to get back to his place, and things heal better at home.
Understood. All right. And it takes about 2 hours of travel. So as we are in the rocking of the train, do you guys have anything that you wish to do or discuss?
Are we in a more private car, or
Not many people riding this late at night. Not many people riding this late at night.
I need to have the glass removed, but I'm afraid I can't do it myself.
Okay. I've got a glove. I can help.
She's going to take the glove that's covering the wounded hand, and still avoiding looking at it, she'll shakily, outreach that hand.
All right. This will be a control roll.
The glass, is it embedded in your hand?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fish it out with my quill.
Be honest with me. Is that quill still dipped in ink?
There's probably still ink in it.
All right. Roll.
Yes. We've got a 5 and a 6. A 5 is what's on the gilded.
Okay. So, you successfully remove this glass, digging in with this quill that you've had for a long time now. How long have you had this quill?
Let's see. I want to say it was like a 13th birthday gift. My sister got me a green one, and I got her a blue one. Yeah. Kept mine.
I like it. And as the train shifts and we move along in this carriage, that bleed. That blade's seen some things, some colors. As the train rocks back and forth, your hands steady as they can be, there's oddly something strangely akin to almost painting someone's nails with nail polish about the gesture of all of this. You pick, dig, pull each individual glass shard. And as you do, there is it's such a soft, Doctor. You close your eyes. You open. You're on a train. And picking at your hand is a young girl that looks a lot like Cordelia. Gotta get it out.
Sure do.
Why do you hate them so much? Me and my sister get along.
You mean Miss Hines?
Yeah. Is that their name?
Yes. She's not my sister.
Yes, she is. That's the only way it can work.
She's me. Parts of me.
Then that's silly. Why do you hate yourself? I don't understand.
He's everything I'm not. And everything I both am disgusted by and I admire.
Well, if you admire them, they can't be that bad, right? I love my sister a lot.
I feel like this feeling is mutual. I don't think she feels particularly great about me.
That's silly. What makes you think that? Did you ever ask?
I don't have to ask. She just speaks when she wants to speak.
Well, maybe it's because you don't listen. And then shh. Ah! The last piece of glass is removed.
Cut it. Delilah, high five.
In your head. Ms. Hyde is oddly quiet.
I think just the same, Dr. Jenkins is very quiet. Contemplative. She'll look over to Cordelia, thank her, and then she's going to sit back and glance out the window and just watch as everything goes by.
In the reflection, you don't see yourself. But they're not looking at you either. And as the train moves and slows, I honestly think that the detective might collapse in pain a little bit, just like, yep, no, good, relax.
I think before he does, he's the first thing he does when everyone gets sat down on the train and the train disembarks, he pulls out a small notebook from his satchel and just begins vigorously writing in it. Page after page after page after page, messy, scribbled notes, in shorthand, actually, which few people can read, but I imagine a journalist could.
I hear an invitation.
Eventually, as the pain gets too much to bear, he's just finishing, and he closes the notebook, wraps the cord around it that is attached, just passes it to Philomena. And as she takes it, he doesn't let go at first. You wanted the real story on me. This is what you print. Only if something happens to me, because if I somehow make it out of this, I will be telling my story, not you. But if I can't be there, you use my words. Do we have an understanding, Patricia?
With her hand still outstretched, she kind of stares at the book contemplatively for a moment, and face probably still covered in dried blood, nose sticking out at an odd angle. I think when she looks into Archibald's eyes, he'd see back that the cracks are beginning to show. And in a colorless voice, not affected by any kind of accent, she utters a single, "You have my word."
And one last bit of advice before I pass out, because I feel like that's inevitable at this point. Words are powerful. They're more powerful than guns, knives. They're more powerful than any magical artifact in this world or in whatever other worlds are out there. Be careful how you use them, because you don't always see the effects. And then he passes out.
Sitting there a while longer, book in hand, I think Cordelia, after you've arranged everything quite neatly back in the vial, do you also drift?
I think someone needs to stay awake. So she's going to stay awake.
I don't think the doctor's passing out anytime soon.
Okay, then I'm gonna snuggle up next to the doctor and go to sleep on her shoulder.
She'll put her arm around Cordelia and kind of just comfortingly rub her upper shoulder. And then lean her against hers.
The four-seater that you sit on is hard. You are the only source of warmth for Cordelia right now. And Cordelia, as your head snuggles in, you kind of look up towards our dear journalist. Book in hand. Something else in the other. Why did she have it? She can't help but wonder to herself. Philomena, do you ask the question to the doctor, or are you just glad to have it back?
She takes an unsteady breath, and I imagine because of the blunt force trauma of the fall, it's not a steady breath. It is decidedly unsteady. She opens the locket, she looks at it, and she is going to ask the question. And the doctor would be able to hear, for the first time, a voice disaffected by any accent, disaffected by any emotion or tone. Why did you have this?
You're familiar with it. Is that yours?
Yes.
I don't know how I don't know the full story of how I came to have this. I just know who brought it back. She's a bit of a crow. Likes shiny bits and baubles. I've been holding on to it, hoping that I'd eventually find its true home. Seems sentimental, important. Didn't expect it to actually find its way back.
Maybe the necklace did. But he didn't.
Is that a loved one?
Yes.
A husband?
Maybe she's going to visibly flinch at that word, but neither confirm nor deny it. And after a moment, taking another pained breath. I guess the crows could have picked him clean by now. I would have no way of knowing.
I'm sorry.
She's, going to nod, but then, cast a glance at the book in her other hand, and can't end like this. Can't.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. It's something I told myself once, and something I was reminded of again today. But all this effort can't be in vain.
If you need an ear, I think right now we're the only two not getting any sleep, but if I'm overstepping,
I think she is going to look at the other two in the four-seater and make sure that they're actually asleep.
As far as I can tell, I think that Cordelia, at the very least, has passed the fuck out. And our dear detective probably needs the recovery time.
Never be too careful.
Cordelia's like just drooling slightly on her shoulder. The detective's over there snoring softly.
Can you snore softly in as much pain as they're in?
Oh, if she would have slept, she would have snored like a buzzsaw with a broken nose.
That's true.
But when the doctor asks if she's overstepping, it's might as well. We've got time.
So, what sort of story do we weave as we slowly drown it out with the sound of train whistles and rattling tracks and a darkened scarlet wood passing by? What do we see before we reach your stop and your final destination, potentially, for this journey?
She would start with the wedding of Nathaniel and Patricia Young. The story of a happy couple that ended abruptly when he was found dead. She found him. And the cops came sooner than they had any right to. And so she ran. She knew she couldn't be that woman anymore, and so she had to become someone else, someone capable of finding the light, the truth, in so much darkness.
Suppose the two of us are running from ourselves in some way.
I may never be able to escape my demons, and it sounds like you are in a similar situation.
There's a sigh in your head.
I've been advised that perhaps I shouldn't be running from mine. Maybe I should face them head on, embrace them even.
That's the reason I sought out a place like Candela. It was my attempt to stop running.
May we both find the answers we seek.
And the train whistle, I think, cuts in. This loud, violent whistle. And we cut to a darker scene. We skip forward approximately 20 minutes and 42 seconds. The length of time it takes for a carriage ride from the station to William Wicker's abode. The room is, well, house, room, hallway, is as described, just so many colors. And the lights are on. They project long, near eerie lengths of color on the landscape. There is large trees cut back, roughly about 20 feet or so, away from the abode. And as we look at those, they cast long, eerie shadows. Cordelia, as you are in this carriage, there is a stop point, and I really, it doesn't, no. It's around, it's around, it's icky, but it's so many sad eyes.
The wrong eyes.
All of the wrong eyes. All of them. And as you trundle through, I'll say that you're moving slower than potentially you'd like. You have been brutalized over the last little bit. To the detective and the journalist, this is as described, but you realize at the top of this particular building is a very large looking glass, the largest looking glass you've ever seen. In fact, some would say that it's not a looking glass at all. But it's pointed toward the sky, which is cloudless, and each star shines so clearly out here. Inside, you kind of get the vague hint of not movement. That would be inaccurate. It would be slumping. Slow, like just not slime. That would also be inaccurate. There's something strange about the way that the shadows move here. And the way that they reach, but don't. Not far enough. The way the colors reach, but don't.
I think at this point, the detective will reach underneath his waistcoat and pull out his second piece of gear.
Yep.
A handgun.
Nice. As you bring out your handgun, the rest of you see the door to this place. It is also glass. Every single inch of this house is glass. Stained colors, shards, movements, bottle ends even. It looks like the oldest pieces of this were the broken ends of bottles that had been welded together between iron, and you can tell from this distance just from the way that it sits. There's something moving. And the shadows stretch wrong. If anybody would like to roll a sense or a read.
Yes.
Yep, go for it.
Ooh. I will roll read.
One person or multiple people?
Multiple people can roll. I will give separate information depending.
First opportunity to guild. Let's do it.
After all these years?
And I'm going to spend a drive.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm also going to spend a drive and do read.
Okay.
4 and a 5.
4 and a 5 for sense or read?
Sense.
Okay.
2 5s and a
I
6
just read.
on
I
read.
got a 5 on the gilded and 2 on the non-gilded.
Okay. Are you taking the gilded?
I'm not. I'm going to take the 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'll take the gilded. All right.
For
A
those
4 on the regular and a 1 on the drive.
Oh, lovely. For those who went for read, you do see an individual inside this space. Again, there seems to be a bundle of different light sources within the building. Electricity is fairly new in this period of time, right? It is almost magical to some degree. There is lights aimed directly outwards specifically, as if it's trying to prevent shadows from forming. And with that sense roll, Cordelia, you see something moving outside of the building. Every now and then, a flash. You hear the strange kind of gargled, almost hyena-like sort of inner yip noises, coupled with an overlay of sound of chittering whisper. You hear it just, and that's the only reason as you turn to your side and you listen in that you see shadows try to stretch and grasp and fold back against this shining, glimmering rainbow structure. And then I think that you see it. You see it. No, you don't. What? You watch as something is moving in between each individual colored light for shadow. What color is it? It shifts. Where is its an eye? No, what it color? No. Another shifting and all just slowly prowling, hungry, waiting.
It's hungry and it waits. And the shadows are pulling away from the glass. There's something there. There's a creature. We need to get away from the shadows. But that's also wrong.
What color is it? What color is it? I don't. Too many colors. It hurts to look at. I can't look at it.
Okay. I'll cover you. You don't look, I'll look. You don't look, I'll look.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't let it take me.
I won't. No, we'll take them.
I don't know if we can, Cordelia. I'd normally be... Yeah, we can, but... I don't know if we can.
You're the wrong eye. You don't belong there. I don't belong there.
I don't know if I'm not.
I know you're not. You're my eye. You belong with me. You're me.
I don't know if it knows that.
I'll make it know that. I'll make it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll focus. And she's gonna.
What would you like to do?
She's gonna keep that eye closed, and she's gonna take out that bone hair clip. And put her hair up so that the claws kind of bite into her scalp. So there's always a presence of pain, so she doesn't get all flighty. Sneaking doesn't feel like it'll be much good, but we should move slowly and carefully. We need to go towards the light. Don't stare at the color too long, you guys. We gotta go. Be careful.
So what are you doing?
I think walk towards the house.
Okay. And how are you going about it?
I wanna be in whatever slivers of light I can find. I don't want to be in the shadows.
Okay. And the rest of you, what are you doing?
Do I see that hair clip?
It's darker than you remember, though. Like it's been thrown in fire.
I almost feel like this would be a stronger reaction from Miss Hines, who owned that hair clip.
Oh, yeah.
Who was the one who obtained it in the first place. But Dr. Jenkins recognizes it. That feeling of disgust with herself. Dread of just pure hatred for what she's done. And then she pulls herself back to the moment and swallows down, pushing back against that feeling. And she's gonna follow behind.
Not even gonna say anything. Coward.
What is there to say at this point? Besides, there's other things to focus on.
Yeah, there is. Now, are you gonna let me do the walking? Or are you gonna manage? I won't hurt the kid.
I'll let you out when it's time to let you out. All right? Promise.
You've broken every promise you've made to me. Why should I believe you? You promised to let me out, and then you get even worse. What kind of doctor are you if you can't even treat yourself? Is this why you're so busy helping others? Did you tell her? Was it nice to let her know that you were doing the right thing and holding on to it because you wanted to return it? You ever think I might have picked it up for a reason? Nah. You pick up shiny baubles like I'm a fucking idiot. Nah. I picked it up for a reason. I held on to it for a reason, because I'm you. And you need to start fucking dealing with that before you lose control. Because you're going to. You're stressed out of your mind, Doc. Hell, you got me calling you Doc. As if that's gonna make you feel better. I wouldn't hurt the kid. I like him too much. They're one of the few...
What about the other two?
As long as they don't fuck me over, or get you, me, us in trouble. Yeah, you know what? Nothing will happen to them either the moment they do. I'll use that cane correctly. Guy's got a gun. And whoever the hell that journalist chick is, she's got a lot more to fight for than you're willing to lose. So, as long as they don't fuck me over, just let me be in charge for a bit. At least I can walk.
Fine. Do it.
One day you're gonna look in the mirror and you're gonna realize that you're just looking at yourself, mate. And you feel feeling come into your leg. You think. And you may now move freely. You do not need that cane. And Doc, just letting you know, while I'm here and while I'm in charge, you're stuck with yourself. Again. Just like last time. They step forward. You step forward. Both feet. No cane. You follow Cordelia. And they keep their word. They ain't touching the kid. They do like him too much. I don't know what the journalist and the investigator think of this sudden miracle of movement, but I don't think that's what you're worrying about.
In the grand scope of things, it's the most normal thing that's happened in the past 24 hours.
What? No. So, you're moving your way through to the house, and you're trying to be careful about it. This is a control roll. Or a read roll.
For everyone.
They're the same.
For everyone.
Like it's same.
I'll take a read.
I'm still rolling for myself, right?
You are. And I will tell you that any nerve action that you take now has a die. If it didn't before.
Right. I am still going to go with read.
Read? Yep, lovely.
As that's gilded for me, and I'm going to use a drive as well.
There's a very happy set of pair of hands. What's that?
That's a 4 and a 6 on the gilded.
Lovely. You get back your drive, and you will successfully maneuver. What did we get? I'm gonna gesture at Bridget.
1.
Ooh. Oh, so tasty. And
I got a 1, and I got a 6 on my gilded.
you recover your drive. And this was a group check. And due to multiple 6s, that one now makes it a mitigated success. Just. I could have been meaner. As you were moving through, you step into each of these lights and you start to see what Cordelia was starting to talk about. The shadows try to creep at the house. They are fighting the light. It's almost as if that were it not there, they would not be, they may try to consume it, but there's also something strange about each of the colored sections you step in. As you're moving, you start to hear that almost hyena kind of noise in the back as there is this overlaying of chittering and sound. As you make your way to the door, which is iron and glass bottles, and you see that splashing against maybe the far wall on the right-hand side, there is this brief moment of just movement as there is a slight, and it is near imperceptible, a slight flicker in one of the lanterns on the inside, and there is a distinct thud against the glass as what seems like a giant force tries to press against, and for a brief moment you catch just the hints of multiple tendrils. Large, massive, it's gone.
I think that's the point where everyone finally hears that the cocking of the gun.
I'm gonna say that the door is probably locked, so how do you open this glass door?
If no one wants to jump at something, I have an idea.
You heard a deep yelp on the inside of the building. There is someone there.
I would have made a case for a survey roll to determine the best points of weaknesses at this door that I could then relay to this group.
Sure can.
Because then I get a gilded die.
Let me use my abilities. And I'm like, almost there. Maybe.
Ooh, okay. It's a 5 on the gilded die.
All right, so I'm gonna guess that you take that gilded.
Mm-hmm.
With that mitigated success and that drive recovered, there is a very clearly an area where they had to put a handle. I'm sorry, you can't just have an old glass house without there being some structural points, because glass doesn't bend in this era quite the way that people want it to. So, there is, where the door handle is, looks like it is iron, and like it honestly could be, with some brute force applied, very easily destroyed open. Or, you know, we could just break the door. It's glass. It's thick glass, but it's glass.
The only way out is through. And makes a gesture of indicating brute force.
Dr. Jenkins, or rather Miss Hines, would probably look to the detective for a second, assessingly, before making their move.
I think he just extends his hand. Seems like you don't need that cane anymore. Care to donate?
Go on. Donate. There's a distinct, like, grip of the cane. How would you like to destroy this door, Ms. Hines?
As she's gripping the cane, it was clear the detective was asking to borrow it. But I imagine that urge to destroy is felt deeply in themselves. Now, for this attempt, can I put the extra thing for nerve? Can I put that in control?
So, this would be a strike.
A strike? Alright, strike.
But, as I mentioned earlier, you now have a bonus die in every single section of nerve.
Just gives me a normal roll. So I'm just making one. Six. It's not a gilded, but it's a 6.
I'm gonna say, actually, I'm just gonna award you back a drive for that. Because there's something poetic about, there's just they look at you dead in the eyes, detective, as with a destructive and shocking display of violence. What happens, Ms. Hines?
You would see kind of that. She flips the cane up, twirls it around so that the curved part, the thicker part of the cane, is where it's going to get the most bang for the buck. And she's going to look for the weak points pointed out by Philomena and just bash at the door as hard as she can.
And as you do, there is a shocking and startling scream from the inside. No. What are you doing? Are you coming in?
Let's go in.
So, Mr. Wicker,
We're about to find out.
No, what have you done? As you enter in, the light still stretches, but you, friends, you have things on the backs of you, don't you? Trailing against the light.
Shadows. Buy me time. Buy me time. And Delilah.
Yeah, yes?
Bleed. Delilah, bleed.
Okay.
Bleed,
Okay.
bleed.
Okay, and your eye just starts to pour an entire ink swell of just almost starlight.
She starts taking it all in her fingers and she starts writing on everything. And as she finishes, she blinks for the last time she will ever blink as she takes a scar to perform a forbidden ritual. And I'm going to change. Okay, so I can change the environment, conjure a phenomenon, or save a dying person. And I think, is it light we need, or we need to fix the door?
Depends. Are you wanting to save them? Or are you wanting to fix things?
I want to fix things.
I think Delilah in your head she's fading from you. 'Cause she is. She's fading. Slowly. I'll say that before you can complete this ritual and you decide what happens. Philomena, Detective, Petrichor, and Miss Hines. What do you do to defend as in the shadows, your shadows stretching long and thin, you start to see the flash of eyes. First one, then just an entire no, not a strand, an arm, no, not an arm, and you see just this almost curtain fall of just giant feathers. Scales? No. Colors? No. Wait, no, what color is it? What is it? No, that's not, it's a tail of something large, thick. It's many tails. So many tails.
Turning toward the shadows, holding up her camera so that the flash goes off.
I love it. Yep. And for you, Detective?
I lift my hand up that has the gun in it. I aim for the eyes and I empty the clip.
Okay. And for you, Doctor?
I'm going to select my last bit of gear that I've been saving for Miss Hines. And holding onto that cane with a click, the handle pulls out into a long sword. A rapier. What would it be? Like, what would we consider that? What would it fit?
My favorite kind of just, it's a sword cane.
It's a sword cane.
Let's go. With the flash going off, I will say that I wonder, are you shaking while you're doing this?
I think whatever bit of courage is left, she's trying to summon it and suppress the very many emotions.
Okay. I would like a control roll from you. I would like a strike roll from you, Doctor, and I want to say a strike roll from...
For Control because of finesse. Finesse weapon.
And technically one of the options for control
yes.
is shoot.
That's true. Control is shoot. I will allow that. I will, however, not allow that one, mainly because it's not you in charge, unless you feel like you're finally in control.
There's a melding between the two right now.
All right, then. I'll allow it.
All right.
2.
2. And
4.
4.
I'm gonna roll this. I specifically chose 2 dice that were the same color just for this kind of moment.
Mm-hmm.
A 5 and a 6.
You love to see it. I think that Ms. Hines chooses to be the one that is the main defense of Cordelia as they begin to write the forbidden ritual. I do think that with that failure, unfortunately, and we are in the desperate times, you go to flash the creature. But you never change the filament. And with a click, you just hear that oddly hyena, oddly chittering, all of the voices, so many voices, as they reach in and take your eye. It's this sudden movement. For a second there, you don't even realize it's happened, but there is a tendril in your skull. You feel it reaching, gripping, pulling, and you feel yourself hissing out, "This is not wrong one!" As your body is thrown against a glass wall, and you take you take 2 marks in body. Are you scarred?
Well, that would put me at 4.
And you're knocked out for the scene, unfortunately. As the tendrils lash in the shadow of you, there is the screaming of William Wicker behind you, all of their paintings. They are these strategic lengths all kind of laid out around them using this electricity that they seemingly have been using a generator, using a handle, some sort of chemical compound. It's science that you don't understand. But as you empty your clip into the creature, you manage to defend. How does this look as you watch Philomena get thrown into the wall, eye now missing?
I think there's an odd calmness to him in this moment, because in this moment, he has decided that he's probably not walking out of this. Which means that if it does come to that, then at the very least, he'll see Celine and Maria again, hopefully. He hopes. So he just stumbles forward with his bust-up leg, limping forward, and just starts screaming as he keeps pulling the trigger, and he still keeps pulling the trigger even when the clip is empty. He just keeps pushing forward.
And as you push forward and you're defending, there are so many. There's just limbs and feathers and tendrils and arms. No, not arms, not claws. No, something lights, colors. I think that, Philomena, the last thing you see before you pass out in this scene, you are blinded by sights and sounds and cries and a pair of blue eyes. as Doctor, you are slashing and defending the person that you've kind of adopted as your charge in a way that you haven't moved like this in years.
It's an odd combination of both painful working muscles that haven't been worked, but at the same time, an exhilaration. Such a great feeling, the adrenaline.
And you are laughing, cackling almost with joy and glee. As Cordelia, you finish using the ink that leaks from your eye, the one from Delilah, the one that hits her. We take a scar here, but what does your forbidden ritual look like? And in this honest moment, what does it do?
In this moment, my ritual, as she's drawing everywhere she can with the ink, it's very much finger paintings of runes. And she's remembering that night with her sister, where her sister changed a bunch of girls with her help. And so she is molding the very environment to knit and be whole again, trapping everybody inside of this house with this fucking artist. And she curses in her head. She doesn't curse out loud. And her sister, unfortunately, I think, grows quiet.
Quieter than you've ever heard.
And her eyes can't close anymore.
As you finish, there's a strange ripple in that hand. That hand that had the glove. The one that sought magic. The one that continues to seek magic. The last rune falls into place. We see the walls solidify into sheets of color, of glass, of light. And as this thing makes its way into the hallway, the lights, every single last one, go out. There is a moment of panic as you feel yourself grow blind deep in your soul. Detective, your clip empties, your head empties, you don't remember anything. Doctor. Ms. Hines. Both of you are filled with so much glee that when the lights fade and everything falls to quiet, darkness, screaming, Cordelia, that's not the sound that a healthy person makes. And as everything fades finally, and you see nothing, and your eyes grow dry, it's the inspector and the doctor that wake. Saw bloodied. The sun streaming. Evening sun. There is no house, no color, just fractured glass every inch. Philomena, you still sleep, but you were alive, just. Cordelia, you were alive, just. But what was William Wicker? Well, as the scene closes and all the sounds are of the wind passing through trees, all that remains is an eye. Shriveled, blackened, in sunlight for the first time in 7 years. And paintings, empty canvases, and nothing more. And thus the candle blows out of this adventure of Candela Obscura. I am so surprised you're alive. I really thought you were going to be like full dead. I suppose you just gotten in, so.
We like to cut it close.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Holy
shit.
feeling.
How are you doing? Is everyone all right?
So fun.
That was therapeutic for me.
That honestly felt like I was just like, why do you hate yourself? Ooh, 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 ooh. I hurt to do, but also like felt that.
I believe this entire thing was nothing short of a Scarlet Song masterclass.
I love the parallels, one between Philomena and the detective, and then the doctor and Cordelia.
That was so good.
All the like other stuff, like the conversation. I was not expecting the conversation between the doctor and Philomena, and I loved that so much towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I'm a sucker for two things. Like, one, we're not so different, you and I. And then two, like, if a character maintaining an accent drops the accent.
It's fun. It's so satisfying. So, inspiring moments. I know that you guys do your favorite bit, but for at least on the college, the way that we run it is what was the most inspiring moment of the session for you. This is a long one shot. I will allow two. You've stole mine, kind of, which made me, I was just like, man. I think that I really fucking love Cordelia. Just protect this creepy, creepy child. I really loved the parallels. I honestly loved just, and this is a lot of the reason why I almost encouraged you guys going too long. I really loved the moments everyone had with their inner self to some degree, or like having that, like the mind palace, like that's your fam, or the like talk between all of the talks between Hines and Dr. Jenkins. I got a lot of emotional, like, oh yeah. Mm-hmm. They're the honest part that's too soon to actually say anything. It's great. But yes, no, that's, for me, those are those things. But what about you guys? What are your inspiring moments?
Everyone afraid to go first.
How can you pick just one, really?
I kind of started. I mean, I really really loved that talk on the train. And of course, selfishly, I have to say, like, I really, considering I wasn't expected, like, I was like, oh, I'm super nervous about this character I'm playing. And then I really got into it. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about, man. You were like there, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
Oh, so good. This is probably one of my favorite characters I've played in a while. Like, I got that immersed, so yay!
Hell
You have to play it again one day.
Maybe.
Especially since we survived.
We
I know.
did.
Shocking. There'll be other opportunities.
I think for me, inspiring moments. Just the whole opening narrative was masterfully done, and I instantly knew you were the right person for this, 100%. I already knew that, but that was confirmation there and then. And my second, just the ingenuity of when Scarlett was portraying Delilah, and Sky was mirroring Delilah's movements right down to the point.
was
so perfect.
I loved it.
Gave me the heebie-jeebies.
I didn't see it because I was... I couldn't see it because I was doing it, but when you messaged that, I was just like, oh, fuck yeah, Sky, you fucking go.
I don't get creeped out easily, but that shit gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Lovely.
It's tough because, really, how can you choose a favorite? But, okay, I have two. I mean, obviously, we're all like roleplay inclined people, and the roleplay was absolutely top notch, start to finish. I loved the development. The things realized, the mysteries kind of unfolding themselves. That was amazing, but also, like, Scarlett, I just want you to know I've never gotten a tattoo in my life. I'm seriously considering tattooing. What color is it somewhere on my body?
Ooh.
That is now going to live in my brain.
I mean, Scarlett's an artist. Do you need the tattoo designer?
I know.
Not a topographer. Different skill set. Yeah, no, that was that part was honestly mostly improv aside from that poem at the start. And I was very happy with the way the went. I was like, oh my god.
I love the way you write. It's incredibly evocative. The imagery is
Thank you.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I like texture. Making biscuits. How are you doing, Sky?
Good. My favorite moments. Gosh, I always have to check where the kids are. I think I loved Mapleblade, but I loved the transition into seeing you banter back and forth with Bridget. Oh, now he's playing with the fucking shower. He's whacking the door. So the transatlantic sass versus Mr. Pocket Protector. That was so funny.
That was honestly, I wasn't expecting you to pay a poor nerd today, but I already am one, so
might as well. And then my favorite moment for the detective, I think, was just giving him shit. Just
yeah. The way you picked on him was insane.
Listen, I'm a teenager.
I know, it's great. And he's a dad.
Goddamn Gen Zers. I
mean, as far as you know.
And then the doctor, we had something in common, and my inner dialogue, it was a healthier version of what they could achieve.
Yeah, no, that was so good. I really loved that. Like, oh man, we already brought it up, but like that scene on the train where like your sister is essentially being like, what's the deal, dude? Like, it's chill. We're good. Why can't you be like us? We clearly have it the right way. What's wrong with you? Doctor, I thought you're supposed to fix stuff. Is that why you're trying to fix everyone else? Was like, ooh. Felt bad. I felt like I was calling out a little too hard, but I didn't mean to. But I also totally did. But yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know what. I'm gonna have to come up. I'm running the Astral Sea game tomorrow. Are you gonna be okay? Thank you so much for staying up. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah, of course. I had so much fun. I love this. I had no idea what to expect, and I was just like, oh god, I have all this stuff at the end of the week, and this was like therapeutic. I was like, I honestly, normally I would be like passing out sitting up right now, but I'm just like, I know I'm exhausted. I know the moment I lay down, I'm just gonna be out, but
Sleeping well tonight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna miss all of these characters. I'm really sad, actually. I wanted to like, I mean, we were seeing a lot of stuff with Cordelia, and obviously we saw a lot of stuff in development with the doctor, but I was just like waiting to get even more from Philomena and the detective. I was like, oh, there's tasty stuff just at the...
It's right there.
Hey, that's what fanfic is for.
If you'd be my ship.
I like how my incelibate doctor not getting any action. I got a child. I got a child.
You did. That was so funny. I'm sorry. I really loved that moment when Heinz was just like, this is why we don't fuck. Oh my gosh. If you let me be in charge, we'd get some.
Oh, well,
Perfection.
Oh my gosh.
Now the question comes, who was first? Miss Hines or Dr. Jenkins?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the real one?
That's an excellent question. Maybe you should stop separating yourself. We literally went through an entire arc for this. You got sassed by a spectral child about this.
I did. I felt like I was sitting in my therapist's office. Why do you hate yourself? I don't know.
Anyway, please live for the next 48 hours and beyond. I wouldn't mind running a sequel one day, because this was very fun, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Chance to get more info about the other two?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I should ask, who are you people? I was bad at introductions, so I don't know who any of you are. I'll go last, probably, but was.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sky. I'm also known as Sky McSparkle or Ileana. You can find me here on Quest Junkies and the Cantrip Cast on YouTube on Wednesdays as we play with DM therapies. Bree, over to you.
All right.
Like that.
I am Bree, otherwise known as Bree the Tired. You can find me over here at Quest Junkies, actually DMing on Friday nights for our Stradalicious game, our gender-bent Curse of Strahd, and then every other Friday over at Phoenix Sawaki's channel for Candlekeep. All right.
Yay!
Over to you, Patch.
That's me! I'm Patch, the ever-humble Dungeon Master, right here at Quest Junkies on Mondays and Wednesdays, and the occasional player of the gothy yet mommy Linnell on Stradalicious Fridays. Yeah, that's me. Over to Bridget.
Hello, everybody. My name's Bridget. You can find me over on Play Everywhere in some variation of Nice Try Enigma. And if I forget something, 5 a.m. It's not my fault. So every week you can find me here. Behind the scenes, I recap, Larkeep, fanfic. Yeah, do all the things for lovely, lovely Quest Junkies.
Oh gosh, I guess that just leaves me. Hi everyone, I'm Scarlet Song, she, her. You're not a Lycan librarian usually. But today I have been your Lightkeeper on Quest Junkies UK, the very first Lightkeeper as far as I know, for Candela Obscura. As for me, my god, how many places you can find me. If you would like to check out a fantasy noir series, may I recommend Arc Point? I say gesturing at some location if this is on a YouTube thing. Probably description stuff. You can also find me at Scarlet Song GM on YouTube and also on my own Discord, where I run weekly one-shots. I do begin a Candela Obscura session, so if you enjoyed this, or you enjoyed the potential of, you know, this esque sort of RP style gameplay, and or a solo session even, I run on, I think it's US 5 p.m. Sundays, Eastern, 8 a.m. Australian Mondays, and occasionally a Wednesday night Australian time, 8 p.m., because your girl has to eat food, and that means having a job outside of literally everything else, including the other streams you can catch me on, which include Tomb of Annihilation over on Phoenix Awaki on Mondays at 12 p.m. now, because it is the Australian summertime. But it's been absolutely wonderful being the GM for such an amazing group of role players. I feel very blessed. I was shaking like a leaf beforehand, and maybe too much coffee. But other than that, music today was provided by Tabletop Audio, Will Savino, and D20 Music. And today, if depending on how this VOD is going to turn out, we use the Alchemy VTT beta platform for our fun times tonight, including special effects by the Kinomancer. So, yeah, they're pretty cool. Check them out or something. Hearts. Mwah. Cheers, guys. Stay inspired.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.